back to order this meeting of the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education. Item 4.0, our Pledge of Allegiance. Item 4.1, our broadcast statement, which will be read tonight by our student board member, Halbo.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Sunday, March 24th at 6 p.m. and Monday, March 25th at noon, and webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form located in the back of the community room and give them to our communications representative along with any handouts you may have for the board prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda. Please also turn off your cell phones or place them on silent or vibrate.
Thank you, Board Member Halbo. Item 4.2, the Pledge of Allegiance, which tonight will be read by our New Tech High School Academy and their decathlon class. Go ahead and come on.
Is everybody ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have a student class representative who will be speaking tonight?
Yes.
Can we start?
Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Aiden Garvey.
Hold on a second. If I can please ask everyone in the chambers to keep it down so we can hear our students who've come out to speak this evening.
Good evening. My name is Aiden Garvey on behalf of Sacramento New Technology High School and our academic decathlon team. And tonight we are here because we placed third in the super quiz. And if I'm correct, this is the first time in a while, at least, that Sacramento City School District school has gone this far. And we set records. And it feels pretty good.
Yay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Ryan. The Academic Decathlon is an annual high school academic competition that consists of various academic competitions such as multiple choice tests, performance events, and essays. These new tech students worked hard all semester to prepare for the 39th annual Sacramento County Academic Decathlon competition. The theme was the 1960s, and the students competed with over 500 other high school students in the areas of economics, art, history, science, literature, math, and music. They also completed an essay, personal interview, and speech. The students won medals in interviews, science, and social science. New Tech, the only small school in the entire competition, took 8th overall against 28 other high schools, and they took 3rd in a very competitive super quiz. It's been 10 years since a SCUSD finished in the top 3 of the super quiz and the top 10 overall. The team is made up of juniors and seniors. The graduating seniors are just getting their college acceptance letters now, and so far they have been accepted to Northwood University, UC Davis, UC Santa Cruz, CSU Sacramento, UC Merced, Dominican, San Diego State, Howard University, and Johns Hopkins.
Wow.
Now, I'll read off the list of team members. My apologies in advance if I do not pronounce your name correctly, but I'll do my best. Tatiana Alvarez, Dalia Amezquita, Alex Biondo, David Candia, Priscilla Cortez, Madeline Kurnow, Jordan Deuce, Aiden Garvey, Kobe Lawson Chavanu, Evan Livanios, Cindy Mariquin Del Cid, Gabriela Pasillas, Maria Perez, Federico Pimento, Zachary Roberts, Charisma Stearman, Izzy Sylvia, Inez Thrower, Nathan Vase, Josh Williams, Giselle Miranda, and Victor Tovar. Let's give them all a great hand.
If we can ask you to please remain for a moment, Vice President Wu will come down with your awards.
David Candia, Alex Biondo, Gabriela, Cindy Marquand Del Cid, Evan Lilian, Aiden, Zachary Roberts, Josh Williams, Charisma Stearman, Izzy Sylvia, Nathan Reyes. Is that everybody? Yeah. Turn around, take a picture of that. Got it? Congratulations. Good go. Good job. Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations.
Congratulations again to the students from New Tech High. We'll be moving on to item 7.1, approving Resolution 3072 in recognition of the National Women's History Month. I'm quite proud this evening to have an opportunity to present this resolution to one of our unsung heroes in the Sacramento region, the incredible, indomitable Jackie Rose. If I can ask you to please come to the front of the podium. I know that you're sitting towards the back of the room. Before I read a brief excerpt from this resolution, I just want to share that Miss Rose came into my life with her work through the Rose Creative Empowerment Center years ago, shortly after I had adopted my daughter. My daughter was struggling to find her place in the world, to learn to read after 4 years without foundational literacy skills, and she found her way into Freedom Schools, and Miss Jackie Rose took her under her wings and made her believe that she could soar. You do that for the entire community, Miss Rose. And we know that when we talk about women leaders who are quite often at the fabric of each and everything we do, but don't get the recognition they deserve, I think of you because you are that tireless community leader who makes us as women feel like we can reach higher and give more. Thank you so much for your work.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
So I will read just a few quick things. Whereas the advocacy of the National Women's History Project led to an annual observance of Women's History Month, which highlights the contribution of women to events in history and contemporary society and is celebrated during March in the United States. Whereas women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic or herstory contributions to our nation and community in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. Whereas American women have played and continue to play critical economic, cultural, and social roles in every sphere of the life of the nation by consisting of a significant portion of the labor force inside and outside the home. And whereas women have played and continue to play a unique role in charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions. Despite the contributions of women in history, they have consistently been overlooked and undervalued. Today, we are trying to once again right that wrong. We know that 127 women now serve in U.S. Congress and are a living example of the power and vision of women who are striving, like Jackie Rose, for peace and justice through public service. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Sac City Unified School District's Board of Education celebrates the Women's Month of March as Women's History Month, and we are so honored to give this award to you today, Ms. Rose.
Thank you. Thank you.
Will you make a motion,
I'd like to move the passage of Resolution number 3072. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor? All the
Thank you.
opposed? Okay.
Brooklyn, if you're watching, Ms. Rose is getting her award. Hi, Brooklyn.
I want to thank Jesse and the entire board, along with the superintendent. I do this work because it is my passion. It is hard work, and I truly say that. I do this from the bottom of my heart. The families and the children in this district mean a lot to me. You are absolutely right, Jesse. Sometimes as women, we get overlooked, but we are the fabric of our communities. We are that fabric that keeps the glue together in these communities. And it's just a pleasure to be able to serve this district and to serve these families in this district. And I thank you all for recognizing me today. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Item 7.2, approving Resolution 3074 in recognition of Cesar E. Chavez Day, Service and Learning, which will be presented tonight by Board Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to invite Ms. Becky Chavez up to the podium, along with Mia, Rose, and Rebecca.
Oh, we actually do have childcare. We actually do have childcare right next door with snacks. Oh, the babies are too young. Yes.
There are two of them.
Yes.
This is my little family.
So the Chavez family here, Miss Becky is the niece of Cesar Chavez. And Mia, Rose, and Rebecca, his great nieces. So here we have a great family, and I am honored to present my first resolution as a school board member for Cesar Chavez, and to present it to you, Miss Becky, who you've become family to me. So thank you. Thank you for being here. And I want to recognize March 31st, 2019 as Cesar Chavez Day of Service and Learning. This is a very important and very personal resolution for me as the daughter of farm workers. My father immigrated to this country and became a farm worker working in Arizona and California, and my mother worked as a farm worker picking strawberries throughout Orange County for much of my childhood. So it was through my parents that I learned of Cesar Chavez. And today we celebrate him not only in our Latino communities, but around the world. And that is something that gives me great pride and great joy as a first-generation Mexican-American. But at the same time, recognizing that his legacy was supported by a village of supporters, including your father, Richard Chavez, who was his right-hand person. So I also want to recognize all of the hard work that your father and all of your family contributed to this incredible movement, and now honoring him, your uncle Cesar Chavez, on March 31st with the Day of Service and Learning. So that's right, Rose and Rebecca. That's right. I'm
they're
talking
saying, "Sí
about
se
your
puede."
uncle. Sí se puede. That's right. But I also want to take this opportunity and just read an excerpt from the resolution before I invite Superintendent Aguilar to say a few words with everyone. And then you can go ahead and just share a few words, Miss Becky, if you don't mind. And I call Miss Becky Chavez Miss Becky because she was my daughter's Victoria and Barbara's first preschool teacher. So she'll always be Miss Becky. Thank you. So whereas Cesar Chavez was born on March 31st, 1927, and experiencing the hardship and injustices of farm worker life firsthand, Cesar Chavez valued education as a path to a better life, become self-educated, and served as a voice for California migrant workers as a prominent civil rights activist. And through civil rights activism, Cesar Chavez pursued a mission of nonviolence, social justice, and selfless service to others, and organized farm workers and campaigns to enact laws and regulations to bring dignity and protections to farm workers. And whereas school and community leaders today draw upon the example of Cesar Chavez as they coalesce around the cry for protection and leadership being heard throughout the district and nation around many social problems that continue to plague our community today. Thank you. So Superintendent, if you'd like to say a few words.
Thank you so much, Member Garcia and Ms. Becky. Thank you for being here with your family. There's a lot of stories, but the one that I'd like to share, just as I'm reflecting on this moment, is I was born in Delano, California. And sadly, it wasn't until my college years, taking Chicano studies, that I learned about why I should have been much prouder about having been born in Delano, California. And the fact that it wasn't until those college years that I understood the significance of why I'm today very proud to be from Delano, California. But it did bring a lot of memories. When I helped my parents pick grapes in the Central Valley, our cuadrilla, our crew, was made up of Mexicans, my parents and their friends, and some Filipino brothers and sisters. And growing up, I never understood the significance of the very close relationship that our people have with the Filipino community as well. And again, it wasn't until my college years that I understood why it was so special of a relationship between our Mexican community and the Filipino community. And I'm just grateful that we're in a school district that understands that students shouldn't have to wait until their college years to understand that. And as we prepare to implement our ethnic studies curriculum, I'm just very proud of a board that has taken a stance to say that our students should understand the contributions of individuals like Mr. Cesar Chavez as well, so that they don't have to wait years into the college careers to understand the great contributions that he made to our society. So thank you for being here.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I just want to say, on behalf of my family, I want to thank you for this resolution on my Uncle Caesar's life's work. It has been 26 years since his passing. Today, he would be very proud that this past year, board member Leticia Garcia, who comes from a farm worker family, was elected to Sacramento School Board. He knew that through education, farm worker children could find their way out of poverty and afford opportunity and hope for a better future. So it is with great honor we accept this resolution from board members.
Thank you so much, Ms. Becky. And while Superintendent Aguilar and Member Garcia go down to take pictures, I want to share, I just received an invitation from my dear friend, a relative of Ms. Chavez, Camila Chavez, Dolores Huerta's daughter, to participate in the Dolores Huerta Day celebration, which will be April 10th, 2019, at the California Museum. And I hope that others can join as well.
President Ryan, I move approval of Resolution 3074 in recognition of Cesar Chavez Day of Service and Learning.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you so much for being here tonight. I realize that we have skipped 2 items. Item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session.
None, Madam President.
Thank you. Item 6.0, agenda adoption. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second? All those in favor? Thank you. Item 7.3, African American Achievement Task Force preliminary recommendations. Tonight, that will be presented by Vincent Harris and Dr. Iris Taylor, alongside several of our incredible community leaders who tirelessly, over the course of the last several months, have given every Tuesday evening to explore this critical work to lift African American achievement in Sac City Unified School District.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. My name is Iris Taylor. I'm the Chief Academic Officer. And tonight I'm joined by Vincent Harris, our Chief of Continuous Improvement and Accountability. And also joining us are members of the African American Task Force. And so they'll be speaking tonight, and we'll introduce them as they come up. We're just really excited to be here tonight to share with you what we're calling these preliminary recommendations of the African American Task Force. Since this group decided, committed to meeting the charge back in September, they have been meeting every week, really focused and hunkered down on this work. And so we just want to thank those who are standing as well as those who are still sitting in the audience for their work tonight. We also want to thank our facilitators, so Dr. William Ellerby and Robin Fisher. Please stand, because you have been just a tremendous asset in coordinating and leading this work with us. So just to frame the African American Achievement Task Force, this work is just grounded deeply in our core values and our guiding principles. It is born out of the fact that our system is not creating equitable outcomes for our African American students. And we see this in pretty much every data point that we have. And we'll share just a little bit of that with you tonight because we want to focus on the recommendations. The work of this task force is really about revamping and redesigning that system. And so the recommendations that they will share are for that purpose. Just to give you a bit of background, entering into the task force, we just wanted to recognize that this was not the first initiative that the district has undergone focused on equity, access, and the achievement of African American students. There's a history dating back to 2005 where there's been work done with different well-known nationally recognized leaders like Shiraki Hawley and Glenn Singleton and Randall Lindsay. There have been other task forces, and so this particular group was very mindful that this task force and the recommendations that they put forward would not languish like the other work that the district has undergone. You'll see that commitment to the work tonight. So just very briefly, the task force was steeped in data. We looked at several data points, and we just want to highlight a few for you in this introduction. As we looked at our African American boys in particular, we took the subset from 2016-17, looked at those seniors, and looked at the African American students that comprise that group. Out of the 230 male students, you'll see here that 2 out of 5 did not graduate from high school. If we go to the far left and out of that group of seniors, nearly 1 out of 5 met A through G requirements. When we look at them K-12, 5 out of 10 received multiple suspensions. Similar to statistics for our African American girls, right? Out of this population, again, the subset of seniors, looking at the graduation data, you'll see that 1 out of 5 did not graduate from high school, nearly 2 out of 5 met A through G requirements, and 1 out of the 3 received multiple suspensions. We do want to take a few minutes just to kind of contextualize you in our African American population. So all of this information is specific to the African American students in the district. And we have about 5,600 African American students. So you'll see that 1% of African American students are foster youth, 19% are students with disabilities, 2% are homeless, and 82% are socioeconomically disadvantaged. This slide just essentially situates our African American students in the larger population, and I'm not going to go into this in a lot of detail, but you'll see that compared to the larger population, where they fall in terms of being students with disabilities, socioeconomically disadvantaged, in foster care, or homeless. So Mr. Vincent Harris will share with you a few more data points.
Thanks, Dr. Taylor. Good evening, Board President Ryan, Board Member, and Superintendent Aguilar. Over the next few slides, and I'll go through these relatively briefly because the board has seen these and built in the context of why it gave the commission for the African American Achievement Task Force to be created, is as we think about the current reality for African American students, we know that across multiple measures, which is really the importance of the next few slides, is that we know our African American students are not performing as a student group as anyone would like them to. And in fact, the historical low performance is of deep concern, obviously, to this board, to this community, to district staff. And so across the measures as we look at them, whether it be graduation rate, A through G completion, in the context of achievement, which is absolutely important to what this task force was named, we know that when we look at our SBAC results, when we look at major student groups, African American students are near the lowest. And this is actually a call of crisis, a call to action to do something different. This first slide I showed you was ELA. This slide puts it in context of math. And then one thing that the task force is really interested in is that if we really look at this notion of if we removed all the barriers that we think of traditionally for students in terms of free and reduced lunch, in terms of not being suspended, in terms of having what we call a very good attendance rate, what does that performance look like? And so our aspiration is that we'd see something where all students are performing the same. But this slide shows you that in the context of both ELA and math, we still see a significant achievement gap. And the board has been very specific in calling out the importance of closing gaps. And so even for those students that we would say are high performing, we still see a significant gap between student groups, which is unacceptable. And so as the task force did its work, this was really the charge, was thinking about ways to accelerate closure of the gap and frankly, create conditions for success for African American students with an eye towards success for all students. So in terms of setting the context, and we're going to shift to the importance of this presentation in the next minute, we really know that as we think about last year and the capital suspension report and many of the community efforts that many of you are aware of and participate in, we know that there are many community partners who have called out the urgency that we need to have about resolving this issue. And so this slide is just simply to honor the fact that we know that this is a community crisis and that we are dedicated and committed to partnering effectively to change conditions in the present for African-American students and frankly, all students. I'm going to transition now to actually one of our task force members, Julius Austin, and he's going to lead you into the important part of this presentation, the recommendations themselves.
Thank you, Julius.
Good evening. So we are a district and community-based advisory task force tasked with intentionally and unapologetically creating recommendations that will significantly improve the student achievement and the social emotional outcomes specifically for African American students in Sac City Unified School Districts. We are made up of 16 dedicated volunteers across the academic, research, and nonprofit sectors. And I think it's also important to note that some of the task force members are also parents of students who are currently or formerly attended Sac City Unified School District. And you can see many of them are here standing in solidarity and also in the audience. Here you can see the names of those task force members. For the sake of time, I will not read them all off, and I hope they forgive me for not naming their names individually. But I also want to make sure that we thank Gear Up for providing the grant funding for the facilitation of the task force led by Dr. Robin Fisher and Dr. William Ellerby. So I'd like to recap some of the key milestones that the task force took to get to this point of presenting the preliminary recommendations. Some of those things include meeting almost every Tuesday night since our initial convening on September 27th. We held student, parent, principal, and also teacher focus groups in the months of November and December. And also just recent as Tuesday night, we held a community engagement session. So as was stated, we are calling these recommendations our preliminary recommendations, but please recognize that we used an abundance of statistics from Sac City Unified School District, other districts in the city and the region, also districts across the state and the country. We used research information, legislation, policy, and models of strategies that have been proven to provide successful outcomes for African American students. Though the PowerPoint will display, some of the highlights of the recommendations and the focus area of the recommendations, there are full recommendations that have been given to the school board and to the school district staff, and they include more statistics and data and also provide strategies and suggestions to reach the goals of the recommendations. So we've broken up the recommendations into two categories. Those categories are culture and climate and academic achievement. When we're speaking of culture and climate, we're talking about school climate, school community in which inclusive and multiple experiences are created to create a culture of mutual respect and appreciation among all staff, students, and families. Disciplinary policies and practices that create a situation in which African American students are not disproportionately affected by disciplinary policies and implementation. We also talk about community engagement. We want to ensure that African American families and community members are feeling connected and engaged with the school community. When you look at academic achievement, we're talking about access and inclusion. right? It's important that African-American students have access to and are included in rigorous and relevant courses, extracurricular activities, and very importantly, college and career preparation. We want to ensure that there's opportunities to learn. We want to make sure that schools provide multiple opportunities and strategies for African American students to achieve academic success. And last but not least, we want to look at achievement and outcomes, right? African American students are expected to prepare and to perform at high levels. Disparities in achievement and outcomes among student groups, and our disproportionality in placement in educational programs are eliminated. All right, so I will present highlights of the academic achievement recommendations, and then I'll turn it over to Cecile Nunley, who will present highlights of the culture and climate recommendations. So, in academic achievement, just some of the highlights. So by June 30th of 2020 and each thereafter, we would like for Sac City Unified District to increase the percentage of African American students who are SBAC proficient in math and English language arts in 3rd, 6th, and 8th grade. And also, once again, by June 30th, 2020 and each year thereafter, Sac City Unified School District will increase four-year cohort graduation and A through G course completion percentages. Also, a couple other highlights before I turn it over to Cecile. I want to make sure that there's the adoption and implementation of curriculum that includes and reflects the African American experience. And we also would like to recommend that there's an increase in African American teachers from only a number of 109 to 150.
Okay, so first off, good evening, board members. Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar. I have to say this, and I said I was going to say this. This feels so freeing because I'm not limited to 2 minutes. So I feel like I could go on forever. But Iris told me that the buzzer's going to go off. So anyway, I get to do what I want. But I promise I won't take long. But I did want to just say good evening. On the culture and climate, as you see there, the first one is establish a district-wide Black African-American parent, caregiver, and student advisory committee. That's a mouthful, but I want to make sure and emphasize that mouthful because we went over that name. That name was very, very specific, and if this is established, we do not want that name truncated. We want it to be very intentional about African American, but we also understood that there are students in our population who could identify as Black and not necessarily African American. See?
Go in, Cecile, we're good.
Okay, but we wanted to be sure about, there are students who identify as Black, they may not be African American, whether they are immigrants from here or they're from a different ethnic group, but they also identify as Black. We also wanted to be intentional about parent caregiver, because that was so important. As you saw on the slide, we have many students that are homeless or that are in foster care. We wanted to be sure that it was inclusive. It didn't just mean that someone who gave birth. It was very intentional, parent caregiver. And we also wanted to be sure we were included that student in the whole mix. So this is a very intentional name.
Thank you.
As far as the divest from future funding for school resource officers, this has been, I understand, controversial. You've heard when the vote was taken on this that we were coming with this recommendation that we divest on the funding for the school resource officers. We felt very strongly about that one. As far as the third one, provide professional development addressing inequitable disciplinary practices and mandate 100% faculty and staff attendance. We've all spoken about this, and this has been ongoing for at least a year, if not longer. This has demonstrated, and there is evidence that this is effective. It was also recommended by the Capital of Suspensions report. So this is ongoing, and we felt it very critical that it needed to be faculty as well as the staff. The suspensions, I know I've come up multiple times, month after month, and I will be at the very end of the meeting coming up again talking about those defiance. Well, that professional development plays into those suspensions, and if we're going to eliminate that, that becomes critical, and we will talk a little, or I will get to a little bit later on the LCAP, talking about funding for that. And then for those sites, because there needs to be oversight as well as holding people accountable, we want to make sure that those sites that are over 5% variance, that they have to, that there is someone monitoring and they have to come up with a plan to make sure that they can reduce those. And then, of course, we see there, create a district-wide study team tasked to review, monitor K-12 special education. Now, the next item talks about the task force challenges, and this is one of those that is very critical to all of us. There was concern, you see the very first one, concern that the district will fail to implement the recommendations. This was huge. This was huge when you guys first commissioned this task force to be set up. You heard speaker after speaker come up here and say, we've had task force, we've had recommendations, nothing happened. What's going to be different this time? And I know even when we've been in our groups discussing on this, it's how can we word the recommendations? What should we include in the recommendations? Should we include costs? Should we include more data? Should we include this? Should we include that? How do we phrase it? How do we make an impact? And I think that's the thing that has been so critical for all of us. How do we impress upon all of you? How do we motivate you? How do we persuade, convince, induce, convert, coax, do whatever to motivate all of you to action? Because it's so important to all of us. As far as the second one, there's a need for differentiated recommendations to support a diverse African American community because we are very diverse. That legacy of mistrust of district intent, again, that was coming back. And one of the things that I hope the board members could do tonight, at least individually, not collectively, because we understand you can't vote on this. This is just an information item. But if each of you could speak individually to your commitment to try to see this work further through. Of course, another challenge was the aggressive timeline. And we worried about the prioritization of all of these recommendations in the midst of the fiscal crisis. It was very, very concerning, and it was very much on everyone's mind. And then, of course, need for community feedback, particularly student engagement, was something that we felt very strongly about. What are our next steps? All of you know that there was a forum on March 19th, this past Tuesday, and we need to summarize that community feedback going forward. We want to finalize those recommendations for the board to adopt. We want to create measurable outcomes. And then as far as defining budget impact, those that are very low cost that can be implemented within the next week or two, please, let's see about implementing those within the next week or two, because some things are very low cost. Establishing the committee would be very low cost. It may take a little bit of staff time, and that's it. Establish a monitoring accountability plan. We felt very strongly there needs to be a group that holds the district accountable, not just the board, but staff, everyone, holds the community accountable. And that just like you have DLAC, just like you have the LCAP parent advisory, once a month they come here and they're able to hold everyone accountable. And then, of course, set an ongoing community communication. So that is the end of our platform, but again, I hope that each of you will speak to this individually about your commitment, and then there's some final thoughts that the other task force members will do, and I can just say it was a pleasure to work with everyone.
Thank you for all your hard work. Do we have any closing comments from other task force members? Ms. Mahone?
She was ready.
You know, I really cannot address any more about what our two speakers have discussed without talking about the financial condition of the district.
Yes.
And I implore you to do everything you can to save this district.
Thank you.
One of the reasons I ask you is because for 6 years, I worked for CSBA, and I saw school districts go under all over the state. And African Americans and where they attended school got the worst deal. And if you have to close schools, and you've closed them before, all you have to do is look at Freeport, look at Mark Hopkins, look at Fruit Ridge. Do not I didn't bring that on, I'm sorry.
No.
Do not make us the brunt of what happened.
Thank you so much, Dr.
We are already in dire straits.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mahone. Do we have any public comments on this item?
We have four public comments.
Okay.
Kenya Martinez, Renee Webster Hawkins, Sally Manjuhan, and Angel Garcia.
And I'm going to remind individuals as they come up, each of our public commenters has 2 minutes. You can also choose to combine your comments if you would like to do that. And Kenya, I believe you have the first comment.
I don't think we're going to have time to combine our comments.
Okay.
We're going to need
Good.
2 minutes each. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Kenya Martinez, and I'm here to you tonight as a community member. So since the African American Task Force started its first meeting, I've attended over 60% of the meetings. Both of my students receive special education services for different reasons, and I hope to see them reflected in these recommendations. My first impression of the African American Task Force was and is the parental input was limited. I'm aware of the relevant work that many of the task force representatives do, and I appreciate all the work, the hard work that they've done, and the fact that they've overextended this important task, but parent voice and teacher voice was inadequate. There was a parent, student, and teacher discussion panel, but the overwhelming policy work should have been formulated by these key groups. This leads me to bring up a few recommendations which were either made by individuals or groups but not considered. For example, one of the recommendations made is increasing the number of African American teachers who work for the district. The obvious question is, how would Sac City Unified School District recruit African American teachers during this fiscal crisis? More importantly, during the student panel, students made it clear that it was more important that teachers showed genuine interest in them rather than sharing the same racial or cultural background. Another recommendation which was not considered is the need for technology for every student. To ensure the success of students would require access to technology. Sacramento is 100 miles, less than 100 miles away from Silicon Valley. Therefore, how is Sacramento City Unified School District going to implement Assembly Bill 20? African American students are 82% of the 82% of the population are socioeconomically disadvantaged, again, restricting their ability to access education.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. If you can wrap up your comments.
Sure. I'll just end with this. I do have 2 things. I can leave it with you later or email it to you. 19% of African American students are students with disabilities. These students have the highest suspension and expulsion rate. Without a vetted, systematic SST process employed by every school in this district, kids of color will continue to be denied a free and appropriate education. This is not a side choice, it is a mandate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Martinez. Ms. Hawkins?
Good evening, Chairman Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. My name is Renee Webster Hawkins, and my message to you tonight is that regardless, or perhaps because of the budget distress, it will never be more important for you to all take swift and certain action to adopt the recommendations of the African American Achievement Task Force and to redesign both the general education and special education, academic, and social and emotional learning structure through the lens of those who have been legally and economically disenfranchised and who are sadly not directly represented on this board. Like President Ryan, I'm a white, educated woman who adopted an African American child. He is a boy. He has exceptional needs. The intersection of his gender and his race and his disability status means that he is the least likely to graduate in this district, let alone complete A through G requirements, and he is the most likely to be suspended and misidentified with emotional or behavioral problems. Because I am who I am, I have the skills and privilege to be a tenacious advocate for him, and he will now be a proud rocket at the School of Engineering and Science next year. And he has every intention to graduate and go to college and give back to the community in the form of beautiful design and delicious cuisine. But if I had not been so tenacious, he would most certainly be in a special day class with few skills for a job, let alone college. If he had remained with his biological mother, who suffers from severe mental health challenges and illiteracy, I am confident he would have been mired in the school-to-prison pipeline. That is unacceptable. We know that parent engagement is a key determinant of student outcomes, but the stark difference between the two futures my son faced when he was born, college versus prison, simply is intolerable.
Thank you so
Please.
much, Ms.
Thank you.
Hawkins. Ms. Garcia?
Hi. Hello, board members, superintendent, board president. My name is Angel Garcia, and I am representing Coalition for Students with Disabilities. Today, I attended the strategic discussion on mental health for boys and men of color at California Endowment. Here are the key takeaways from the discussion. All folks want to be a part of a community. All folks want to have a purpose in life, and all folks want to be acknowledged for their growth. Overall, we have failed this at Sac City Unified School District for our Black boys. Though boys of color are affected by suspension, low graduation rates, lack of preparedness for college and career readiness, and overall school-to-prison pipeline, Black boys, I'll go further and say Black boys with disabilities, are disproportionately affected by ineffective policies and practices, such as our dependence on SROs, other exclusionary practices, and overrepresentation in segregated settings. In order to implement change, test scores, graduation rates, suspension rates, special education services, culturally responsive teaching, college and career readiness, climate, and school climate, to name a few, the district really needs a trauma-informed philosophy in all aspects of the district's work. That means when the community says that they want more campus monitors and social workers instead of SROs, the board needs to listen to the community. That means no more siloing work with the greater Sacramento area. We need the district to be aggressive in the proactive work, hard work, that will create better outcomes for our Black boys. That means partnering with community mental health agencies, workforce development agencies, higher education agencies, economic development agencies, and so on and so on. Make the community's voice meaningful and implement the recommendations. There is a lot of overlap with the Graduation Task Force and African American Task Force and recommendations from the Special Education Audit. Do not give any more lip service. Invest in one of the most disenfranchised of our students. They are the future of California.
Thank you very much, Ms. Garcia. And do we have a final speaker? No? Those were all our speakers? Okay. So at this time, we're going to take questions and comments for board members. I'll go ahead and have our task force members approach the podium in case you would like to answer some of the questions. First, I want to begin by recognizing that last summer when the Capital of Suspensions report came out, I, like so many of my board members, were outraged. I was outraged not just by the finding that we disproportionately suspend and expel our Black youth, but because I furthermore had seen this with my own son beginning in preschool. And we know the data around preschool suspensions and expulsions of African American males and how that follows them throughout their lives. We did not have money to do the work that we were hoping to do, and I was very proud to work with the superintendent to go to Gear Up and secure a grant, and Robin Fisher's excellent facilitation, as Robin Fisher has done this work, as you know, in many other districts across the state. Now we're at a place where, with the fiscal crisis that we're experiencing in the district, we also have to find a way to fund this critical work. We know that Dr. Shirley Weber, in her tireless leadership, was able to secure last year one-time funding for our lowest performing subgroup, which is our African American students for the most part. So that will help us do some of this work moving forward. Now I call upon the task force and our community members to help us ensure that this become an ongoing appropriation within the state budget. We cannot say we value our youth, we care about upending the school to prison pipeline, and not make a strategic long-term investment that allows us to enact these recommendations. So I want to put that out there. I have a couple comments and questions around the recommendations. I want to appreciate first what was said about the need to establish a district-wide Black African American parent, caregiver, and student advisory committee. I quite often say that we talk about parent committees, parent councils, but we know our Black community, this certainly isn't the case in Oak Park. It is our families and often our extended families who are raising our Black children. And so we have to create a safe space that recognizes their shared contributions to lifting our students' achievement. And I love that, and I think we can do it very quickly with very little expense. I want to talk about the divesting from school resource officers. I know I've reached out to several of you to talk about this. Darrell White is not here today. Darrell White and I have already sat down to discuss at length a plan for working on alternative safety measures for our school sites beyond this school year, so 2019-20 and beyond. He is committed to convening both the Black Parallel School Board, but also key community activists, parents, students, and caregivers to help develop those solutions based on the work that he has done to change culture, because we know that just removing the officers alone does not change the outcome unless we're actually doing the training necessary to change mindset from administrators down to teachers in the classroom. And that's why your recommendation around holding our campuses accountable to tracking all out of classroom suspension is key. I cannot tell you, my own first grader has lost so much time sitting outside his class, and he's not technically suspended, and yet the message is he has done wrong, he is a bad kid, and so therefore he's not in class, right? So I really appreciate that. I think that the policy committee, working with board member Mai Vang and under her leadership, is very committed to a couple of different things. The elimination of the willful defiance suspensions. I've heard a whole host of reasons why people believe that is very difficult to do, but I think we have to just make the commitment per your recommendation, beginning with next school year, to end it and to track the impact moving forward. Hopefully we can do professional development to ensure that we provide the appropriate supports. I love the recommendation around eliminating the pre-K to third grade suspensions, and I really feel like we have to talk about what it means when we discipline disproportionately our Black youth in the early grades and the message it sends their white peers about their worth and how that follows them throughout their lives. And so I appreciate so much that recommendation. And I want to just finally call out and ask if any of you, particularly Dr. Mahone, because of your background and partnership with Sac State, have specific recommendations around increasing the African American and Black teacher ratio over the coming years. We know that we have limitations with affirmative action and Prop 209, but we also know that Sac State has a very innovative partnership right now where their faculty are identifying in their classrooms young people that they believe have the ability to be teachers and should be encouraged to pursue those professions. So I would love to hear anyone's ideas around how we operationalize that critical recommendation.
I think that one of the things is already occurring in your district, and that's where you have Dr. Tiffany Simmons, who is going out to the UNCF schools. But I think in addition to that, you have to help hold Sac State's feet to the fire. They have to be responsible for recruiting teachers everywhere. And then I know in some places they are growing their own teachers, future teachers of America.
Yeah.
So I think when you begin doing that and encouraging people to go into teaching, that won't happen tomorrow, but as you look down the road, it will happen. So I think those are about 3 things that you could do right now.
Thank you, Dr. Mahone. And finally, and then I'll open it up to questions and comments from board members, I want to share that I'm very proud that Dr. Luke Woods, the author of Capital of Suspensions, who ended up putting forth many of the recommendations you've adopted, has recently joined my board at my day job, the Campaign for College Opportunity, and I certainly will call on him to help us operationalize some of this work. Yes, please.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Nazak Waliali, and I'm the chair of the Sacramento Youth Commission, and I was one of 2 youth representatives on the African American Achievement Task Force. I just want to make some statements on your comments. I do think that budget reflects values, and so when we're scrounging for money to support Black students, that is a reflection on what the board values, and we need to start valuing Black students because we have been undervalued for far too long. Also, I heard that we hope to create professional developments. This needs to be a priority because, as previous speakers have said, it's not enough just to have Black teachers in the classrooms. It's about teachers having cultural humility trainings and understanding the backgrounds of students and being sensitive, especially when we look at students with disabilities. We look at foster youth. What are they bringing to the classroom aside from just the schoolwork? And also with SROs and changing the culture, we really need to look forward in this project by seeing that students are not simply just failing in schools, but schools are failing students. And so when community members come and say that SROs are negatively affecting Black students, that there is a culture climate in schools that is negatively affecting Black students, then we need to say what is the reason for that, and we need to attack that head on. And so that means supporting our recommendations. That means coming to our community engagement meetings and coming to our regular meetings and being in the room while we're discussing these things so you can have more context when we come here. Thank you.
And I also, as you step aside, I want to thank you for being one of the most present task force members throughout the entire process and a fierce voice for our foster youth. You consistently brought back how are the recommendations also going to serve that critical and often overlooked population. So thank you so much. With that, questions and comments from board members are first coming from Member Garcia, followed by Member Minnick.
I just want to thank you for the commitment and for the work. So I had the opportunity of joining Dr. Mahone the other night and going up some of these recommendations, and they're very well thought out. And I wanted to understand a little bit at that the other night, sort of what was the logic, the thinking in terms of some of the recommendations. And I was glad to hear some of the responses. I would imagine many of my colleagues, I think there is an urgency to the recommendations that you have presented before us. But I am concerned about the 1-year timeline that you're essentially highlighting for us to implement all of these recommendations. So I did ask at the table if you would consider developing a strategic plan and implementation plan, some sort of timeline in terms of identifying which recommendations can be implemented right away. The advisory groups would be something that I would imagine would be something that could be done right away, not only at the school site level. I think that the recommendation is at the district-wide level, but I think we need to think about the school site level as well, and especially target the schools with a high percentage of African American Black students to make sure that that is happening at the very local level, especially if we talk about one of your other recommendations, which is to develop a plan as to why the suspensions are higher than the district. We need to make sure that we work with that school site parent advisory committee to develop that plan. I also wanted to, I agree with the divestment from SROs. I would have liked to see that those dollars could have been redirected to other services that we know we have a higher return on our investment with counselors and mental health services. So but you know, that's something that we'll continue to talk about, and hopefully we can change that for next year. I also thought that one of your more specific recommendations, the increase of 4-year A through G course completion and you give some percentages. I think you need to broaden that in making sure that you not only increase completion, but you increase access and enrollment and completion. Otherwise, we'll have 100% completion, but we're only really talking about a very small number of African American and Black students. So we want to increase the number of students accessing those classes, enrolling and completing. A cost analysis would be helpful, and I don't know if the task force does that, working with with district staff, but it would be helpful to sort of think about what is lower cost, what can we do right away, so that we can honor and recognize and absolutely value our African American and Black students. So I just wanted to share that. But I did leave that meeting very inspired, and I did come across something in my day job. It's the African American Parent Advisory Council rubric that I wanted to share with the task force, just as you consider moving forward, and share with staff as well, that maybe it's something that can be considered as we're moving forward in terms of when all of these recommendations will be implemented over a longer period of time because of our fiscal situation. But I think we need to act immediately on some of these recommendations. So I just want to thank you for your time and for the presentation, for all your work.
Thank you. Vice President Minnick, followed by Board Member Morowski.
Thank you. So first, I want to thank all of you because I know this was a lot of work. I sat on the graduation task force last year and the year before, and I know how much what that time commitment is like, and you really stepped it up. You were there every week, and I really appreciate it. And it's proof. I was looking through an earlier version of the recommendations a week or so ago. And, it's clear that you put so much energy and thought and passion into this. And I just want you all to know how much we appreciate this work, especially as volunteers at a time where, it's really all hands on deck. Some of these issues that we're addressing here can't wait. And we appreciate the energy and time. I just wanted to point out a couple things that stood out to me as I don't know, being extra cool maybe. When Ms. Nunley, you talked about the advisory committee and the makeup of it and the name of it, I think that's really important. Words matter, and we don't always think like that. We kind of, we call everything, advisory board or whatever, but those words really do matter. And I especially appreciated that you included students as part of the title. because I feel like oftentimes we'll say, well, we want to make sure there's students on this committee, but the committee is called, whatever, and it allows us the opportunity to not follow through on that plan to include a student voice. And so having their name on that, I think, is really important. So I really appreciate that. And I know some of my colleagues have talked on the SRO contract. I think for those of you that were here or watched the board meeting when we voted on that extension of the SRO contract, you'll know that it was clear that this board is committed to looking at all the possible options to create a safe climate for our students. Potentially, very different than the system that we have in place now. I know I'm committed to that our use of SROs ending at the end of June, and us having a very different way of looking at school safety and looking at ways to make sure our students feel safe. So I appreciate that. You mentioned professional development in there. I think that, like you said, that came up a lot in the capital suspensions report. I think we can only do so much just by our good nature. People need to learn stuff at all levels, right? From the top to the bottom. And so I think we can't do this without making sure people they have the tools that they need to be successful. Otherwise, that's a lot to ask to just change behavior. So I appreciated that. A couple other things I appreciated is acknowledging that mistrust of the district. A lot of times there's, task force overload or initiative overload, and then things don't actually get implemented the way they should because the board changes, the superintendent changes, staff changes, whatever. And I think that calling it out is important, saying this has been happening historically, and we need to be the ones to make sure that doesn't happen this time. So thank you for that. I just had one question was when you talked about the district-wide study team to do the review, and I haven't looked at all the details, but how detailed did you get in terms of what that would look like or who that would be in terms of that study team to review and monitor the special ed process? Does that fall then on the community advisory committee? Did you have some other idea, or is that kind of left open? And then I have a couple other points after, if you could.
From what I remember, and hopefully I capture the information correctly, it was twofold. This would be a task force that parents or caregivers could go there to this task force and get some support as far as managing the whole process through IEPs, or if there is a need to test, as well as they could also still have the special ed task force. So it was multifaceted, where there would be several avenues for parents to go, because many times what we're hearing is that parents don't know where to go. They're not sure, do they go to the special ed? Do they go to the African American? Do they go here? Do they go there? So this was envisioned as another method that would help them specifically walk through the entire process with this.
And so is this something that you see as a group of, as a staff function, or a group of parents, a committee?
It would be both. It would be primarily parents who could help guide other parents, but of course it would be supported by district staff. Right. Because even on the first committee, when we talked about that, we are envisioning that it's supported by staff so that it's a standing committee, and that we can be sure that it stays moving forward, that it's not just a group of parents who came together and then nobody shows up and there's no outlet. Right. We want to be sure there's staff support.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you have a few safety nets on some of these. You talked about the event that happened on Tuesday. I know that several of us were there, And I want to just make sure that that information that's been collected kind of gets to us as soon as possible, because a lot of that is going to guide kind of the prioritization of implementation. It'd be great if we could just implement everything all at once, but we've got a lot going on. So I think that having that feedback, I know at the table I sat at, I got some great feedback from some middle school students, and having that as soon as possible would be great. You talked about the measurable outcomes and the reports back. I like the idea of these monthly reports kind of coming to the board. And I think that was wait, let me make sure before I give up the mic. No, and the only last thing is you mentioned the willful defiance, and it was brought up at our last meeting. I think it was the last meeting, maybe it was 2 meetings
yes.
ago. And I know that it's being worked on. So some of your recommendations have already started moving forward. So I'm hopeful that some things are going on a parallel track. So thank you again for all your work on this. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. We have a few other board member questions and comments. We're running about an hour behind right now, so if we can try and keep those comments brief. And thank you so much to our young audience members for your patience. Public comment will be coming directly after this item. Board Member Morawski.
Thank you very much, Board President Jesse Ryan, and I do appreciate the patience of everyone, so I'll be quick. I just wanted to have the opportunity to echo some of the comments from my fellow board members, and appreciate your incredible dedication. I mean, a task force that meets every week. In all my time, I've never even heard of that, so I think it's incredible and should be recognized. I really want to echo Member Garcia's idea of having sort of a suggested implementation plan, and along with kind of the fiscal realities, help guide our prioritization and how we can achieve these goals. I do think the persistence of disparities in outcomes is a crisis, and we can't wait. We need to keep on this, and I appreciate you holding us accountable. And just like we have with the suspension report now, and we have Cecile there every time, directing us to that, sharing information. I think we need that. So I appreciate that. One of the things I do want to echo from Ms. Mahone is that our African American students do stand to lose a lot if we go into state receivership, and I am committed to doing everything we can to avoid that outcome, and I appreciate you bringing that up. There was one question I wanted to ask about the cohort graduation rate, but I look forward to having the opportunity to dialogue with you on what exactly we can do in terms of getting to that goal, because it's not an actual, it's more of a goal than a recommendation in terms of what are the action steps. And finally, I just want to say, we know collective impact is a big deal. Academic achievement is not just what happens in the classroom. So I would encourage you to consider ways we can broaden this to a community effort, also to augment what the strategies that we're doing at the district level. And again, thank you so much for your participation.
Thank you, Member Morawski. Member Pritchett.
Thank you, President Ryan. So, Dr. Taylor, actually, I have a question for you. In your presentation, yes, yeah, I know. Let me even talk louder. On this slide that you showed us, did you say that you only looked at 235 boys of color? Was that the number that you said?
Right, that was the population.
Okay, so I know that there's a lot more than that in our district,
African-American
right? Yeah, right. Well, I'm talking about, because we know that men and boys of color are those who suffer the most in our district, right? So I think when you come back, what I would like to see is, out of our entire population, what are these numbers? Not just 235.
Yes,
Okay.
so that 235 was African-American boys of
Oh, that was the total population. Okay, that's what I was
Just
asking.
African-American.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I do want to thank the committee. I know how grueling the task is to come meeting after meeting and on some really sensitive topics. So I just wanted to thank you all for your commitment to this district and to our students. And as far as the SRO contract, I know you guys probably know how heated the discussion was, right? And, I've been out in my community. I represent Area 3, which is Rancho Cordova, Rosemont, and College Greens. I've been out, I've been speaking with them. And I just hope that when we go into the discussion of SRO contract, that we look at all of our options, right? Like when I go out in my community and I talk to my students, they tell me that they feel supported and that they feel protected by their SRO, right? And I know that's not the case all throughout our district. And I'm willing to sit down and have that conversation. That way I can share my information and you can share your information so we can make that educated decision together. So thank you for your time.
Can I
Board
just say
member-
thank you for that, Board Member Pritchett? That is really critical, and I do understand, and I think we all do understand. We're just asking that it's not just that one issue, it's broader. And please, please just consider making a commitment to us, to our community, to make things better.
Yeah, and I actually, I wanted to say that I fully support the committee.
First Vice President Wu.
Thank you, President Ryan. I want to thank the committee as well, and I won't repeat the comments of my colleagues, but I would like to raise a couple of items. One of the recommendations is to require sites with over 5% variance on suspension rate disproportionality to develop a plan. Vincent, I noticed that we do not have each site broken down by ethnicity. And so in order to come up with, to see what's going on, to determine whether or not there's over a 5% variance, we would need to have further breakdown in that data.
And so the suspension report does have a school feature to it, so we could definitely do that.
Great. And then I wanted to, the comment is that our budget is a reflection of our values, and I totally agree with that. But the problem goes beyond this building and this school district. Not only do we need to address the problem locally, but we need to address the problem at statewide level, and we need to address the problem at a national level. I mean, the fifth largest economy in the world should not be 41st in the nation in per pupil funding. That's absolute tragedy. I just returned from Washington, D.C. You recommend providing professional development so that we could assist our teachers. Secretary of Education Betsy DeVos proposed a complete elimination of Title II dollars. She complete elimination of Title IV student support and academic enrichment block grants. A complete elimination of comprehensive literacy development grants, and a reduction of more than 25% for adult education. She does not, she's proposing a 10% reduction in Department of Education funding, but it is going to be based on elimination of 29 different programs. Now, we will have stay flat nationally in funding for Title I, which is very important to this district. But because of census numbers from a couple of years ago, our census for poverty children across the district is reduced by 25%. We are slated to lose 10% of our Title I funding for years 2020. We cannot do more with less money. I mean, and I, working with my colleagues up here, work very, very hard to deliver on the promise for our children. But it is beyond this district, it is beyond this state. Federal dollars represents 11% of our entire budget. So to eliminate or to lose several millions of dollars when we are already in this situation, I just want you to know that we stand with you, but we need your help in addition to go down to the Capitol, to beg for more money, to go to Washington, D.C., to pound on those doors of Congress and let them know that our children count.
Thank you very much, Vice President Wu. Finally, Board Member Mai Vang.
Thank you. I'll keep this short. First, I just want to thank each and every one of you, and for the task force members who are not here today. I just want to give my gratitude and say thank you for your incredible work. I know that what we do to uplift our student achievement for our Black students will also uplift student achievement for all students, right? So it's critical that we move on this. What I can commit to, I think there are some low-hanging fruit that we can implement right away, like establishing this district-wide Black and African American parent and caregiver student advisory committee. I think, as my colleagues had mentioned before, eliminating willful defiance. We're working on that in terms of a resolution for the policy committee. You all know where I stand on SROs already, and I think that that's going to be a larger, broader conversation with the Board of Education on how we redirect these funds to support our Black students. And then I think for me, I want clarity from staff in terms of implementation on maybe some of these recommendations that are low-hanging fruit. I'm looking at the next step, and I think there are some critical items that needs to be done. For example, summarizing the community feedback that happened in John Still. I see here that we still have to create some measurable outcomes, but I'm still not sure in terms of the implementation plan. And so if staff can speak a little bit on that, that would be really helpful for me.
Dr. Taylor and Dr. Harris?
I'll start. I mean, certainly your question, Board Member Vang, literally the task force recommendations have just been finalized kind of in the last month or so. So we haven't had time to really vet an implementation plan. So I don't want to give you an assurance that we still haven't done our district vetting. But certainly to your point about the low-hanging fruit ones, we do have a sense that, like the committee frameworks, we probably can move pretty quickly on those. But the longer range implementation plan, we actually as staff need time to actually now take the recommendations as they become finalized and then actually do vetting processes to make sure the implementation plan is reasonable and actually takes into account our current fiscal situation.
Okay. Could I direct then, and I don't know if the task force is coming back with staff to basically share the implementation of the recommendations, but can I direct superintendent or staff to bring that back to the board? Because I think, what I'm hearing from the task force and the community members that we've done even prior to this board, that we've done these Black or African American task force, and we're doing it again now, and how's it going to be different? And I think hearing from the community and the task force that we have to make sure that we are moving forward with urgency on this implementation of the recommendations that we can move on given our financial constraints. But I want to make sure that us as a board, that we're moving on this, and for me to have assurance is for staff to report back on basically what recommendations we've been able to implement, even before the end of the school year. Here are some critical things that we've been able to do. I would like to see that in action.
So I fully support Board Member Vang's request. I would actually like to request of the superintendent and the staff that you bring back at the first May board meeting, so that allows a little more than a month, a plan for implementation with tiered recommendations, those that are low cost and easily implementable, those that will take more resources and more time, and those that are perhaps the bigger ticket items and a longer term strategy. And I would ask of our task force members, I know that you've given every Tuesday for months, but if you can continue to be involved, maybe not weekly, but in some way in helping to shape that. I believe that that's critical, taking into account the feedback we received from our families at our community meeting last night. Thank you very much. I appreciate all your work. Moving on to item 8.0, public comment. I don't see our communications director. Okay, Elliot, do we have any public comments at this time?
Yeah, we have 30 public comments.
Okay.
I have a large group that I think is here to talk about the same topic. Can I bring them all up at once?
So we have a couple of different options. We can have our public commenters combine their public comments, or given the volume of public comments, we can do 1 minute per 30 public commenters. All of the public comments? Okay. No, ma'am. No, what you're not understanding is what I'm saying is if you choose to combine your time, you get more. Ma'am.
No, I'm not getting irate.
I want to be respectful of your time.
I'm trying to be respectful to you also. I understand what you're saying, but you have to understand, we have children out here that want to be able to go to preschool.
Okay. Ma'am.
We want our turn.
We
want our turn. Can we have our turn? May we have our turn?
So all 30 of you can provide comments, 1 minute each, all 30 of you, absolutely.
Thank you. And then the bell will ring, and then what?
I don't know what they're asking for. Didn't I say I would like? Okay. Please, if I can please, sir.
Elliot, can you please give the list of
Absolutely.
speakers? Thank you.
Please come to the podium as you hear your name called.
We're absolutely giving you your time. He's going to call each of your names.
I'm going to call everyone's name now.
He's going to call each of your names in order.
My name is Mila, Save Our School.
Okay, if I could just get...
My name is Mila. We need to save the school.
Okay, please come to the podium as your name is called. Suzanne Gonzalez.
Save our school.
Jill Hernandez. Amanda Vargas.
Save our school.
Susie Saraba.
Save our school.
Colleen Rodolfi. Sally Evie. Valerie Willover.
Save our school.
John Strum. Cheryl Barreros.
Save our school.
David Elman. Patricia Benoit. Pete Barker. Krista Mahoney. Tiffany Burkett.
Save my school.
Judith Arnold.
Yes. Is it possible,
Renee.
Elliot, for you to read off maybe 5 names at a time? Just because I think...
well, we're not even using the clock right now. We're just letting each of the students say their name, and then we'll give the time beyond that.
Should I continue? There are a few more on this topic. Renee Webster Hawkins, Charlotte Beer, Christina Jewett, and Domitilla Casillas.
Members of the board, thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Suzanne Gonzalez. I am 32 years an early childhood educator. Recently, the district spokesman Alex Barrios told the local news station that the district is getting out of the child care business. He went on to say that by eliminating programs like Head Start, the district will be able to save $2 million. My question is, at what cost? First, I want you to know this. I am not a babysitter. I'm a child development teacher. Educating the children in my class is not my only concern. As a Head Start teacher, I'm part of a community raising children, educating their parents, enlightening the school community, and edifying the entire populace. Head Start teachers in our district are highly educated. Babysitters need not be. We must have bachelor's degrees, teaching credentials, child development permits, and in order to maintain our jobs. Many of us have continued our education, earning master's degrees and PhDs. We maintain our high levels of education by participating in continuing education classes to not only keep our credentials and permits up to date, but to stay ahead of the curve and current trends in education. I'm not a babysitter. I develop brains, I support bodies, I nurture psyches, and I cultivate goodwill for generations to come. I teach children that they need to know to survive in life in the big school, and skills that they will need to survive in life beyond that. As a Head Start teacher, I support high-risk parents, many of which we've heard from tonight, as they strive to improve their lives to better parents so that their children can have a brighter future. As a Head Start teacher, I am part of a community of teachers, nurses, psychologists, aides, and many other professionals that are helping to secure a place in society for some of the most at-risk children and families in our community. Economist Richard G. Lynch found that investment in high-quality pre-kindergarten programs generates billions of dollars in economic and other benefits for the federal and state governments. The study entitled Enriching Children, Enriching the Nation, published by a nonpartisan economic policy institute, shows huge benefits when programs are targeted toward 3- and 4-year-old children from poor and at-risk families.
Ma'am.
I have
No.
15 seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
The Journal of Developmental Psychology published research that confirms that pre-kindergarten programs in Oklahoma are successfully helping children prepare for school. Oklahoma is one of the few states that offers preschools to all 4-year-old children. They found that most significant improvements were among Black and Hispanic children. We have large population of Black and Hispanic families in our district who will now no longer be being served. Think of the benefits that missing out on all of this is because you have elected to get out of the child care industry.
Thank you, ma'am.
So I will say it again. I am not a babysitter. I am a highly educated teaching professional who works hard. I am a builder of minds, a generator of goodwill, and a community outreach advocate, and a trendsetter. So I will ask you again, at what cost?
Thank you. Can you please call the next few names?
Good evening. I'm Sally Evie. I'm a resource teacher for child development, and about 4 people have given me their time, but I don't need it all, just so you know. I assume that most of you have never spent any time in any of our preschool classrooms, Head Start or state funded, that you have decided to shut down. So I just want to give you a picture of who we are and what you would see. According to the comments that we are a TK-12 district, we are getting out of the daycare business. We are so much more than a daycare center. Child development is a comprehensive 0 to 5 and school-age program. We serve the most at-risk children and families in our district. If you visit a classroom, you will first notice the energy and enthusiasm that these kiddos generate. Each class is amazing, a mix of children, different ages, different languages, and different attitudes. But they have 2 very important things in common. They are all living below the poverty line, and they are all at risk for academic failure. Statistics prove that without preschool, these children will enter kindergarten academically and socially behind their economically advantaged peers, and this gap is very difficult to close. It is true that we do provide care for our students, and we teach. We teach literacy and numeracy skills, problem-solving skills, self-help skills, expressive and receptive language skills, English to ELL students, music, art, health, nutrition, just for starters. Our classrooms are language-rich, full of conversations, songs, poems, books. This is important because children who live in poverty enter preschool with a much lower vocabulary level than their peers. This interferes with reading development and language comprehension and expressive language. Head Start programs are proven to significantly improve vocabulary skills of these children. We also place a very high priority on the social and emotional skills necessary so that when our children enter kindergarten, they are socially competent and are ready to fully participate in kindergarten. We identify children with special needs so that they may receive intervention services early. And some of our students, this early intervention means that they will not require a special day class in the future. Maybe if you visit, you'll be lucky enough to sit next to Samuel. If you stay a while, he'll tell you about the house he's building, and if you're really lucky, he'll let you help him. This is significant because for the first 2 to 3 months of preschool, Sam threw chairs, dumped toys, was aggressive towards adults, and unable to join into class routines. But this changed because we had a one-on-one itinerant aide who came to be with him every day so that she could teach him to learn to manage his own behavior. She left him, he still is fully participating in the class. At his recent IEP, his parents said, we knew he needed help, but we didn't know where to get it. And that's sad, but we were there to give it to him. There's another child in this room who's not playing today. You might not notice her, but the teacher does. She takes the time to sit with her and ask her what's up. This usually happy 4-year-old shares a terrible secret, and this is true. She told her teacher she wanted to kill herself, and she knew she needed a knife to do it. Within 1 hour, our social worker was in that room, and by the end of the day, he was at that child's home. And she's playing again, and I don't want to think what would have happened if we hadn't been there for her. Research proves that the strides our children make in preschool carry over to kindergarten and beyond. By withholding money from the Child Development Department, many of our students will not get the Head Start they deserve. Please consider what a toll this will take on our vulnerable young students and how it will impact their future. Our programs are funded by approximately $22.4 million in federal and state grants. In recent years, you have budgeted money to support us. About $2.3 million is what I hear. These are very rough figures. The average cost per year in our district to educate a K-12 student is $12,670. We are asking you for only $1,065 per student to keep them in school for the year. I encourage you to take a morning and come visit one of our classrooms. You will see that we are not a TK-12 district. We are a pre-K-12 district, and these children are ours, and their future is in your hands. And we need to be there for them. Thank you.
So she took 4 speakers. So our last speaker took 4 speakers. Will you be utilizing others as well? Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Good evening. My name is John Pettis, and I'm a school social worker with the Child Development Department, and I'm here to talk about mental health and family engagement support and the staffing that's being completely eliminated from our school district's child development program. I want you to listen to all the services provided to children and families of our community 0 to 5 population that will no longer be available. It's important to think what teachers, children, and families are going to do when ongoing support is needed and no one is available to provide interventions. In order to help you develop a clear picture of this, what it means to support children who are ages 2 to 5 with challenging behavior, I'd like to describe a particular student that was served who received interventions. His family had been homeless, parents were not living together, they had different parenting styles. Mom's was basically overwhelmed and not knowing how to support this child. Dad's approach was just to discipline, but did not have a relationship with his child. You know, this child's behavior in the classroom was very challenging. He was trying to leave the classroom, trying to climb fences, running around the room, throwing items, hitting, spitting, cursing, having severe tantrums. He was unable to participate in learning or develop relationship with peers. Through 2 years of intervention and parent education, this child was able to transition into kindergarten successfully. Yes, kindergarten, yeah. And from a recent check on Infinite Campus, he's had no behavior incidents in kinder or first grade. This is just a sample of the many children that we serve through our program. As social workers, we support a program-wide culture that promotes children and families' mental health, social and emotional well-being, and overall health. We provide support for effective classroom management and positive learning environments. This includes training and coaches for teachers on understanding the impact of how trauma impacts the 0 to 5 population and how to support these children in the classroom. We provide mental health services to partner with families in a timely and effective manner, as the previous speaker shared, which includes counseling, stress management, marriage support, incarcerated parent support, and positive parenting education. We build partnerships with mental health agencies and resources and services in our community. We develop behavior support plans and strategies to identify and support children with mental health and social emotional concerns. We conduct observations, provide consultations, and address teacher and individual children's needs that promote positive mental health and social emotional functioning. We help parents and staff to understand mental health and how to access appropriate interventions. We do this all to prevent suspension and to avoid expulsion. We collaborate with parents to learn about healthy pregnancy and treatment for parental mental health, including postpartum depression and substance abuse, in particular with our teen parents from our district high schools. Last year, half of the early Head Start families in our program received some type of intervention in mental health services or social services. We facilitate communication among teaching staff and parents to identify issues related to child's mental health and social emotional issues and follow up with appropriate interventions. In addition to the mental health services, we support families in the area of family engagement. We integrate parent and family engagement strategies in all our systems, from registration throughout the program to transition to kindergarten, and in order to support family well-being and promote children's learning and development. We implement intentional strategies to engage parents in their children's learning and development and support parent-child relationships, including father engagement. We develop relationships with parents and structure services to encourage trust and respectful communication between staff and parents. We collaborate with families a minimum of 4 times a year in a family partnership process to identify needs, strengths, interests, goals, and services and resources that support family well-being, including family safety, health, and economic stability. We provide support, information in the areas of housing, employment, education, ESL classes, utility assistance, and health. And last but not least, we provide parents opportunities to participate in the program as volunteers, and many of our parents become employees in our program. The services we provide are so effective that they are replicated in the upper grades of our school district. However, we provide these services earlier with the goal of helping our children enter kindergarten with the social emotional skills and pre-academic skills and family support necessary to be successful in our school district. Again, we stress that this program is not just childcare, but a program to support the learning and growth of entire families living in our district. These supports have been decimated by the decisions of the district administration and the school board. As a result, children entering kindergarten in Sac City will not be receiving interventions from our program. We ask you to reconsider the decision to eliminate these and other comprehensive services from the Child Development Program. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And so that was
How many of
for-
you here were parents in our program and now are hired and working for us right now? Yes. Okay.
Yes, you're all speaking to Head Start, correct? Yeah. Do we have our next speaker, and are you going to be combining your time as well?
No.
Okay.
So, I was here last time. My name is Amanda Vargas. This is my daughter, Ruby Vargas. And excuse my honesty, but you all look extremely bored and uninterested when people are giving their comments. So I thought I'll bring my daughter. Maybe you could give her your undivided attention. Ruby, how do you feel about your school?
I was almost just feeling.
Do you want them to close your school? Those are the people that don't want your school open anymore. How do you feel about that?
I was almost just feeling.
Say something.
I was feeling sad.
Why are you sad?
Because I don't want my school to get closed.
No. Why? You have good teachers? You like going to school? Would you be sad if you didn't get to go anymore?
No.
You wouldn't be sad if you didn't get to go to school?
Mm-mm.
You want to see your teachers?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Anyway, so I just wanted to share that because I said my piece last time, but I thought that, you know, I don't know how many have little kids or if you even really care about, you know, having your kids in preschool, but I have a son who's on an IEP. He is in 7th grade and he did not go to preschool and he struggles very bad. And I feel like that if he had the preschool, he wouldn't be struggling as much as he does now because I feel like my girls are really learning a lot in this program.
Ma'am, I really appreciate your comments. I have not taken my eyes off of you all night, and these are very heartbreaking conversations. I'm a mother of two
Yeah,
little
and I'm
ones.
not- yeah.
4 of us here are
Okay.
as well. We're not just making decisions. We actually have our kids in the schools
Yeah, well,
too.
it's just like all of you are getting paid to be here. We're not. We're here because this is our life. We live
Yeah.
this every day. And you see how good all these little kids are? That's amazing. That is absolutely amazing for little kids to be that good and sit there for that long and be patient. And it's because these teachers are amazing.
And we
you're
have
just
wanted to honor
cut-slashing.
them and be
Cut-slash
respectful
because
of
a
their
money
time
issue.
too.
I think you need
We're
to look
very
at the bigger
grateful that
picture.
they are here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Domitila Casillas, and I'm from Washington Elementary. I know your daughter goes there, Christina Pritchett. I voted you in there. I got some kids at Sequoia Elementary School. I am a product of Set a Head Start. I was a single mom on welfare, didn't know what I wanted to do with my life, and it was a family service worker, a social worker that asked me one time, let's make a plan, a goal. A goal for what? For your life. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I used to volunteer in the preschool classroom. My dad said, oh, you're good with kids. Be a teacher. And so I did. I went to Sac City for 2 years. I got my AA. I got my bachelor's. And now I'm going to get my master's in a couple of months. And I've been teaching for the school district. And I'm so proud when I say I work for the school district. And now that this budget fiasco is coming, I don't know where the money's going. I don't know what happened. I don't know why. But I'm here to say child development, this is our future. These kids are our future. We need to invest in them. I don't know what you can do and if you can do, but whatever you can do, think about them. All these teachers that are here and that are losing their jobs, that have families to take care of too. So please dig in your hearts, in your pockets, re-budget, do what you got to do because these kids are important. These teachers are important. We go to school every day. We work hard. We love these kids. We go home, we're emotionally drained. It's not easy. 3, 4, and 5 isn't easy. You have to love it. You have to appreciate them every day. And so I'm asking you guys to please reconsider, go back and do what you got to do when you go back there and think about these kids and these teachers and the social workers and the nurses and the assistants because you need us and we need you to step up for us, please.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jill Hernandez. I'm a preschool teacher. I work at Woodbine. I've been with the district a very long time. I get emotional. I wear my heart on my sleeve. And it breaks my heart because I love what I do. And I love my colleagues. And this may not affect me personally, but it does because it's hitting them hard. And I've had the opportunity to work in full inclusion, Head Start, state programs, and it means everything to me. I don't even mind the commute from my home because I love coming here every day. I love to be able to look into the little faces of the children knowing that I matter to them and they matter to me. So, like Domi said, you need to really think long and hard before you make the decision you're going to make because it's going to affect so many in such profound ways you don't even realize. This really hurts, and it hurts me deeply for my colleagues. I don't want to see them go. They need to be here because they're valuable to these children because right here, they're the future. And we are the ones that prepare them for this district, for the K through 12. We are not K through 12. We are pre-K through adult ed. You guys need to remember that, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Susie Saraba, and I'm a teacher for child development. I have taught the state preschool class, and the Head Start Full Inclusion preschool with SCOE for over 21 years. I am at Hiram Johnson, and it saddens me deeply to hear that our district wants to refer to us as babysitters or childcare, because we are not. We are the child's first encounter with school and provide them with the social, emotional, cognitive, and physical needs that are met on a daily basis. Some of these children are referred for special ed services, so we can try and get them the help they need at an early age. Personally, for me, I am a mentor to the seniors at Hiram Johnson. I work closely with the Johnson special ed teachers and students. These students work in my class and get either paid or they get school credit so that they can graduate. And it's great to see them on the stage graduation night because I was a part of their life and they were a part of our preschool families. Our children are exposed to math, science, literacy, and physical development programs, movement on a daily basis. We are a mini version of kindergarten, but we make sure that we have a solid foundation in order to move forward in life. I challenge any board member or administrator at Cerna to come and walk in my shoes on a daily basis and to see how hard we work and how important the Child Development Department is to the district and to all these families in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Elliot, are you keeping track of the cards? Okay.
Good evening. My name is Colleen Rodolfi, and I'm a resource teacher with a child development program. I've been an early childhood educator for over 40 years, the last 18 of which has been in the child development department here at Sac City. I'd like to take this time to educate you as to what a preschooler is learning throughout their school day, as there seems to be some misunderstanding that childcare is a business that Sac City must get out of. Do you know that our children are learning physics, chemistry, and biology, not to mention math and literacy throughout their school day? Every time a child mixes colors to make a new color, or takes everyday objects like glue, shaving cream, and contact lens solution and creates slime, they're learning about chemical reactions. And we use these words with our children. Each time a child runs a matchbox car down a ramp, they're learning about motion, velocity, and gravity. When growing plants from seeds, our students are learning about growth cycles in biology and the environment. And you thought all our children did was play? But by cutting child development programs in half, you're denying the children the chance to learn and grow at their own pace, and not some prescribed notion that all children have to achieve certain milestones before you pass them on to the next level. These are our most vulnerable students, the low-income students that will end up in your already overcrowded kindergartens, unprepared to sit on the carpet and listen to a short story or follow simple directions. Throughout my years as a teacher of young children, I've seen firsthand the impact preschool has had on our youngest learners. The skills they learn are the foundation on which the rest of their education is built upon. Think about this. Preschool is the first step towards college. Sac City promises the community that our students will graduate as globally competitive lifelong learners, prepared to succeed in a career and higher education institution of their choice, to secure gainful employment and contribute to society. Recognize that quote? Shouldn't you be supporting this vital first step towards college rather than cutting it? I'm proud to say that some of the students I've impacted have gone on to become college professors, teachers, engineers, musicians, nurses, doctors, and even a school principal that worked for our district. Because for those students, preschool was the first step to college. So I'm going to leave you with a question. What happened to my school board that made the promise to not leave any child left behind?
Good evening. My name is Amy Bollinger. I am a foster parent, and I'm also a registered nurse at Shriners Hospital for Children in Northern California. I am here today representing my grandchild and my daughter. My grandchild attends the Hiram Johnson Family Education Center site. She's 18 months old. She has benefited tremendously from the program there. She is the child of 2 foster youth, and so she has a very challenging life ahead. Even with the support of us as her family, we are actually adopting her mother. So we are, and our children are actually some of the, people will say, lucky few who have a well-resourced family to fall back on when the program is going to be cut. One of the other mothers in the classroom is also a parenting teen. She is struggling tremendously to finish high school at this time. Her child, she takes him on an hour-long bus ride every day back and forth to school at Hiram Johnson. She is currently living with a cousin, and when she found out that we were going to be cutting, or you were going to be cutting the program, she had a breakdown in the classroom, and she was like, I don't know how I'm going to finish high school. And we all know how important it is for families to be able to escape poverty and be able to have a future for themselves, for their children, just by having education and having access to education. And so I'm asking you, please, on behalf of our educators who need their jobs, and on behalf of our parents who need these critical classrooms and the resources there, and the children who need the resources, I'm asking you, please consider, if we cannot find the funding here, to please, let's be creative about how else we can keep our programs open, or how else we can transition these programs and our teachers, our educators, our children, our families back into community services. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. So we have 8 more commenters who have not combined their comments.
Correct. We have 8 more on this topic. and
Okay.
We have additional cards after that on
Okay,
for public
thank you.
comment.
Good evening, Board. My name is Patricia Benoit, and I am head teacher at Matsuyama Children's Center, before and after fee-based children's center. We are more than just a children's center. One, our parents pay the fees for the services they are getting. They're able to drop off their children in the morning and pick them up in the afternoon in a safe, nurturing, enrichment activity environment. Some of the things that we just offer to our parents that I have been at the site for 25 years now is homework assistance. If I'm requested to send in on an IEP to facilitate the parent with the help of their child to be an academic achiever, we do that. Besides the homework program in our daily curriculum, we offer science, technology, engineering, and math. It allows also the children to go to early engineers, math, science of Sacramento Valley, chess makes, U.S. chess makes, arts and crafts clubs. We invite the public library and engage in their summer reading program on a daily basis. We do literature with the children. We do journaling. We have, during our summer program, is very, very intense and enriched. We have the California Railroad Museum, just to name 7 of them, California Auto Museum, the state police officers come in, community service, fire department, sheriff, musicians come in. Every week, there is an activity, a theme-based, along with our parents being able to know that their kids are on campus in a safe, nurturing environment, which they were devastated when they found out that the program is to be closed, especially when they pay the fees. They pay the fees for the activities that children are receiving. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Judy Arnold, and I stand here with my colleagues, Patricia, Cassandra, Jill, and Kristen. We are 5 of the 6 fee-based school-age children's center teachers, and we want to work with our managers to keep our centers open. And we need your help. At our last meeting with our managers, March 5th, they told us that parent fees are not enough to keep our programs open, and they asked us to come up with ideas for cost savings and for potential revenue increases and submit a proposal to them by March 12th. As you know, by the email that I sent to you, That day, which 4 of you acknowledged, and thank you very much for that, we met our deadline. We did the work that our managers asked us to do, and we did it off the clock. In fact, we found out how one of our programs could save and increase revenue by over $50,000 a year without raising any parent fees. Well, 9 days has passed, and we have not heard any formal response from our managers. So the SCTA has, this week, on our behalf, contacted our managers requesting a meeting to be scheduled with the 6 of us teachers and them to discuss budget solutions together. These dates suggested are March 25th, 6:30 p.m., and March 27th, 6:30 p.m. We are eager and willing to meet with our managers. We need to meet with them, so we ask you to please do everything in your power to facilitate this meeting coming together. We ask you this on behalf of the families who depend on our programs and the wonderful children who come to our programs every day before and after school. Please help us to facilitate this meeting with our managers so we can keep our programs alive.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Renee Webster Hawkins, and I come to you as a parent member on the Matsuyama School Site Council. I present to you tonight a petition of 145 signatures of families, staff, and community members who urge you to reconsider your decision to cut the 4 fee-based child centers in the district, including Matsuyama's. At Matsuyama K through 6 Elementary, the Child Center is a safe, stable, and inspiring place that absolutely enhances the kids' academic and social-emotional learning. To be clear, the certificated staff at these centers are teaching. They teach academics and leadership and responsibility and community values. As trusted members of the Matsuyama faculty, they extend the learning and cultural expectations of the K through 6 educators. We are deeply concerned that to date, the district has not been transparent with the affected families with an itemized financial statement of the fee-based programs that demonstrates which expenditure areas the programs are deficient in. Moreover, these cuts will directly hurt and destabilize the children and families. If the school community is disrupted through the termination of this program, I predict that the academic indicators at this California distinguished school will decline. Please reconsider this decision and share with all of the staff and parents the budget numbers associated with the fee-based programs so that we can authentically engage with you in the solution and retain these school assets. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Webster.
Good evening. My name is Pete Barker. I'm here on behalf of my wife, Kelly, and my kids, Emily and Liam, who both attend Matsuyama Elementary as well. I'm thankful that so much has been said about the effect that all these programs have on kids. I feel like there hasn't been enough discussion about the impact that it has on families. And so I'd just like to briefly and pragmatically talk about what the after-school and before-school program means for us as parents. If this program is closed, we're faced with 2 choices. I can quit my job, or my 9-year-old can be a latchkey kid to take care of her 7-year-old brother at home until one of us gets home after work. Neither of those is acceptable, nor is either one of those necessary, because this is a program that can and should and needs to exist for families that work, put in their time, are willing to pay fees for this. We're not asking for a free program. And this is crucial for us as a working family to be able to stick together and do what we do and know that our kids are safe. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Eileen Guerrero. I am also a parent of a child that goes to Matsuyama and also participates in the after-school program. And this is my husband, Eric. I moved to Sacramento about 5 years ago because I knew that I didn't want to raise my children in San Francisco where I grew up. If this program itself closed, I don't even know what I'd probably be in the same situation as the parent who mentioned before. I don't have a tri-generational home. I already pay out of pocket. We don't have a problem paying. If there's a need that's necessary and it means funding, if there's something I can do as a parent, something that me and my husband can do as a parent, we're more than willing to take those things into consideration because we really need this. It's vital to me being able to go to work, my husband being able to go to work, us being able to afford a home over our children's head. Please really take this into consideration and keep the programs open. These kids really need to have a safe place to grow and thrive, and I trust these professionals. I really do. I've worked with them, and they're so patient with my daughter, and she's a handful, a handful. So, I mean, I don't envy any of your places in regards to trying to figure out the budget and all this other stuff that is really vital, because it's more complex. I understand all that. But let us know what we can do to help, because it's not just your problem. It's not just the school's problem. It's ours. So let us help do that as well. But we really do need these programs to stay open.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name's John Strum. I'm here to represent my 9-year-old daughter. She goes to Matsuyama. She takes part in their child development program after school. And I just want to say real quick, Ms. Ryan and everyone here, I'm so thankful for what you do. And everything that I saw here tonight, the whole meeting, made me very honored, frankly, to be a part of this country. I'm really glad with everything that's going on. I came here because I've been a single parent recently for about a year, and I've seen a lot of things have helped my daughter, and I really do believe one of them has been this after-school program. And Ms. Benoit and Ms. Jill, who are here, I'm very thankful for them, so I just want to come here and share with you what I've seen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments.
Hi, my name is Natalia Bente. I'm a proud mom of 2 kids who attend Matsuyama and who have been in Mrs. Benoit and Ms. Jill and Mr. Will, who's not here today, and the late Miss Brenda's care for the last 4 years. It's more than after-school care. These teachers know these kids. They know how to look into these kids. They adhere to my son's IEP and make sure that he's getting the care after school to do his homework and to do his best. They're helping my younger son when he needs extra one-on-one time, and it's in a skill way that does not take away from other children. They give every child so much attention. This is not just something after school. This also allows me and the children's father to be able to work here in our community, and that allows us to be able to give back to our community. I can't even begin to express what a difference these people make in our kids' life. Because after school, I don't have to worry about zipping through traffic to go pick up my kids and cutting hours. I can actually have the job that I went to school for. I was a California kid. I went through all the public schools. I got my university degree here in California, and I get to give back, and I get to work for a women-owned firm, and I get to show my kids what a public education can do. Because of that, Mrs. Benoit is there, so my kids get a head start on their homework. I don't feel like because I have chosen to have a job, have to sacrifice my kids' needs. And this is huge, because I know there's a lot of other parents in this position too. Please keep this open.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Sanchez. I'm also a parent at Matsuyama that would like to discuss the Child Care Center. My husband and I both work full-time. I have a 6-year-old, I have a 5-year-old. If the program was cut, we've got no grandparents, we have no aunts, we have no uncles, we have nobody. This is my family. Safety. My children are safe. They're not in a home with a daycare provider. They are being instructed, they are being educated, They are being taught rules. They are being taught courtesy. They are being taught how to be leaders. They are being assisted with their homework. We pay for this part of our children's education. There has to be a solution. If we are not going to do snacks at 3 o'clock, maybe the parents can provide the snacks and we can save money. There's things that we can do to keep our children safe, to keep them educated, and to keep them on a path that's righteous so they can continue forward with their education without having to lose a job of one of their family members.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christina Jewett. I'm a working parent. My son goes to Leonardo da Vinci Children's Center. And I just wanted to weigh in on the just incredible academic value I've seen this year for my son. The feedback I've gotten from the EK classroom is that my son's very high energy, a little bit bored, and isn't trying his hardest. The feedback I'm getting from Children's Center is that my son is a super reader. I literally stood there in shock as Mrs. Mosley went through 60 sight words, and my son identified 58 of them. His self-esteem, his self-worth, his notion of himself as an academic citizen has been built up so much through the academic support in that program. And it's not just my son. Not everyone in that program looks like me or my son who looks like me. I mean, Mrs. Mosley sees the potential. She sees, the character of all the kids and does so much to really raise the level of the academics for those kids. There's a lot of work that's done with the kinder kids, and when I pick my son up after school, when all the grades are there, I mean, there's just a lot going on. I mean, the kids are playing with Legos, they're making tops to see how they spin. I mean, it's an intentional academic thoughtful environment. I just want to emphasize the value, encourage you to look at administrative costs in the district, encourage you to ask tough questions as school board members who are elected by parents to represent the children in this fine city. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Krista Mahoney. 24 years ago, I was a parent in a Head Start program. 21 years ago, I became an instructional aide, and through continued education, going through workshops and trainings, I was one of 5 at that time, and now I'm one of 2 one-on-one aides for our special needs children and children with behavior problems. In a program with at-risk children, these are our most at-risk children. We come in with adaptations to help them be successful in the classroom. We come with strategies to teach them friendship skills. We teach them problem solving, how to calm down when they're losing it. We help the parents with strategies to help these children. It's so hard to think about these kids without us in there. Throughout the years, we've helped multiple children, and we always put them first. Taking our time and doing stuff out of work, out of pocket, to see how we can help them. Without these one-on-one aides, these children are not going to be successful, and they're at risk for being suspended. So cutting these programs and cutting these resources is not in the best interest of these children. You really need to think how we can change this and save our programs so that we can benefit these children and help them be successful in their subsequent years. So please rethink what is best for these children and help keep our programs open.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board. Nikki Malevsky, First Vice President of SCTA, and I'll be very brief because so many parents have waited so long to speak tonight. As you know, educators in this district have voted overwhelmingly to strike to protest the bad faith and unlawful actions of Superintendent Aguilar and this board. It is a reflection on your failure that we've had to take such a dramatic step simply to get you to honor the contract that you signed and approved and to obey the law. Your unlawful activity includes making decisions behind closed doors in violation of the Brown Act, specifically those related to the massive unnecessary layoff of certified and classified staff, including the decimation of the Child Development Program, directed at some of our districts. That cut is directed at some of our district's most needy students. This begs the question, is this your vision of equity? Protect the top paid administrators while targeting cuts directly at the classroom to the detriment of our students? Equity, access, and social justice for administrators and everyone else be damned? Instead of cutting bureaucratic bloat, at the last board meeting, you passed a self-serving resolution justifying the continued increase of administrators and even justifying the outrageous vacation buyouts for top administrators. We were surprised that you did not include a clause in the resolution defending the $35,000 junket that Mr. Aguilar and 7 top administrators took to Harvard Business School this summer, while depriving much-needed resources from our students. You should be ashamed.
Hi, my name's Christine. I'm not a parent. I don't work for the school district. I work for a private company that supports special needs students. And I started at Washington Preschool in 2017. I had never stepped foot in a preschool. But I want to say that being in that site has changed my life. I have learned so much about these wonderful, beautiful kids that apparently you guys don't seem to care about. They are our future. This is our future right here. But instead we have Aguilar looking down at his phone, woo, falling asleep, Pritchett and Vang having side conversations. Mila, are you our future? Yes, you are. Mylea, are you our future? Yes. These families need us. How many of you have stepped foot in a Head Start program? How many of you have been inside one? Okay, awesome. And how long have you guys stayed in there for? How long did you work in that classroom for? Exactly. You guys don't know what happens in these classrooms. You don't know what we teach these kids. Social and emotional learning, this is what they need, and it happens in preschool. And like other teachers have said, we teach them math, we teach them science, chemistry, biology. It's not playtime. We're not a daycare. And we're not a business. We're not your money makers. This is our future, and I need you guys to start caring about them.
Thank you.
Oh, I need you to unlock it. And I'm going to read something for you guys because apparently you forgot what the Head Start mission is about. The mission is to improve the lives of low-income children by providing quality, comprehensive child development services that are family-focused, including education, health, nutrition, and mental health. Our mission is accomplished by involving parents in the total operation and administration of the program and supporting the growth of the children, families, and staff through encouragement, nurturing, education, and empowerment. So this goes beyond the children. This goes into the families. We teach them skills on how to help their children from pre-K to adulthood.
Thank you, ma'am. And is this, Elliot, is this our last speaker?
We had a couple of speakers that shifted their cards from a future agenda item to this item.
Okay.
So the number went up by 3 or 4.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Rosalie Nugent, and I've been a preschool teacher for several years. And I really value being a parent-child educator. I do a lot with my parents, and it's very important. I experienced a lot of domestic violence as a child, but my parents loved me. They were immigrants. I'm Hispanic. I did not speak English, so I can identify with our population. I have been doing lots of parent education for a long time, since I was very young. And some of the things that I've seen, we need these kinds of programs to help our parents to grow. I will be doing a parent meeting next week with child abuse. I did one last month with WEAVE, the effects of violence on child, family, and the community. I work with La Familia with legal issues and immigration. Our social workers have done parent meetings on safety, good touch, bad touch, and strangers' dangers. I met someone who was doing research on trafficking, and it is really sad, some of the things that our children go through. Our social workers, work with our families and our children. They come do programs to help them to understand those topics. And they started children this young. I asked one of the facilitators once that was doing a workshop, what is the youngest child that was abused? And they told me a child 4 years, less than a month old. And how old was the oldest person? Somebody in their 80s. We see what's going on in our society, in our world. Just look at the news. We have to start early. We can't leave any child left behind. These children are first.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Maisha James. I've been in Sac City I moved here October 2018. Not only did I move, I uprooted my 4 kids who are now part of your school district, and now that I'm on the risk of my job being cut. This is one of my parents. I'm from CP Huntington. I love my staff. I've only been there since October, but I have grown to love them. We laugh, we joke, but we know at the end of the day, it is all about the kids. And I've been in child development, early child education for 20 years. I love what I do. I love it. I love what I do. I love my staff. And when I come into a classroom, those kids become part of my life. So Caleb now is part of my life. My 20 kids are part of my life, despite their behavior problems, despite whatever's going on at home. I know once I hit that classroom, it's all about them. I teach the curriculum, but I go outside. Right now, we're talking about Women's History Month. Last month, we did Black History Month. I'm here for them because I know at the end of the day, when Caleb graduates from college, high school, I know he's going to look back at CP Huntington, Miss Rosa, Miss Ire, Miss Yumiko. This is our foundation, okay? I get torn up because I moved here. I uprooted from a good job with PUSD. I was born in public education. My mother was the first Black union president of Pasadena Teachers Association. So I know what it's about. I know what it's about, but we have to fight to keep the child development department going. And we're not babysitters, we're not childcare. We are the children's first, well, back up. Parents are the first, we are the second. But without child development, you would not have K through 12. And I'm done.
Thank you. Did you fill out a card?
No, I didn't, but I just wanted to introduce my son. His name is Caleb. That was his teacher that just spoke. My name is Adrian. I am a young, single mother. I work 2 jobs. My son wakes up on Saturdays and says, "Mommy, get up. It's time to go to school. It's time to go to school." No, you can't do something. And he loves school. He loves his class. He loves his teachers. My son has learned so much. He's 4 years old. He was born premature. 12 weeks early, he was only 2 pounds. And the development that I've seen in him since he started going to CP Huntington has increased so much. I can have full conversations with my son now. He is 4 years old, and it's just like, it excites me. Every day he comes home from school and does something different. And I'm just like, where'd you learn that? Where'd you learn that? And he's, my teachers, my friends, my this. He loves school. He's there all day because I work, like I said, 2 jobs. And I just need this not only for myself, I do go to school as well, trying to pursue a nursing career. I'm just trying to make ends meet for my son to be able to have the opportunity to do the same things that I do and just grow and become great. So please just, keep his school open so he can continue to grow and be great.
Thank you for sharing your story. So we're moving on to public comments outside this item. Okay. I want to thank everyone who came out to come speak with us tonight and all the children who have been so patient sitting with us through tonight. I have to tell you, and I wouldn't want to speak for all of my school board members, but none of us ran to represent our children to have to make these very difficult cuts. To be in a position where we have to find $35 million in savings to avoid a state takeover is absolutely heartbreaking. And I appreciate those of you who offered to work with us to try and find some solutions. And we will continue to look to do that because the last thing we want to do is have a disproportionate impact on our students and families. And yet, with $35 million to cut, it is going to be very painful. And tonight was a representation of that. But I'm grateful for you sharing your stories. And I'm also grateful for the work that you do day in, day out. And with that, can we get the next, and Board Member Minnick also wants to speak.
I wanted to thank you all for sharing your stories. Absolutely, to the educators, you are absolutely not babysitters. These conversations around our child development programs have been some of the hardest conversations that I've had to have here on the board. I teach early childhood education at City College. I know how important this work is. I got my start in child development in a before and after school child care program. I definitely understand the value of Head Start. One of the things when I first came on the board here, I was really proud at the fact that we had these early education programs, like our Head Start programs, where our teachers were paid and compensated what they're worth. Whereas we, in our society, typically undervalue early childhood education. And so, maybe I should say, maybe not what you're worth is the right term, but get paid substantially more than other programs. And I was really proud to know that we were able to do that here at this district, because I've worked in child development programs my entire life. And so I was really excited to know that, here at the district, we were able to compensate people at a more appropriate level than other programs. What I didn't realize is that it was costing us, well over $1 million above what we get reimbursed every year, just to be able to run those. And, Head Start money comes from the federal government, and we get compensated for that, but it's much. By the time it goes from the federal government, and then we have state preschool, and money comes to us, it's much less than what we're paying. And so that excitement I had for us to be able to do that was kind of offset by this frustration of knowing that we live in a world that has not valued early education, and that's what puts us in this situation. Because we have to make up the difference in order to pay our teachers. That said, I appreciate all the work you're doing, and I know that we're committed to ensuring that that preschool spots for our students in Head Start programs and in other preschool programs are not lost in our community, even in situations where we may not be able to sustain them. I know that we're going to work hard to make sure our kids, there are other opportunities for them for early education, because we know what a big deal that is for them as they go through our education system. And same with the fee-based programs, like before and after school programs.
That's why we're going to strike, because we're not going to let that happen. We put you guys there.
So, and as far as the before and after school programs, absolutely, I know that, like, I've received some information from teachers and some proposals of ways that we can adjust to make it more sustainable. And I know that staff is looking at that. So I'm sorry, like, we've had a lot of thoughts on, I just want to make sure that I share. I want to make sure that you know that we are looking at ways to sustain these programs as best as we can. So thank you for your time.
Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. I just want to thank all the parents and teachers for coming and advocating for these very important programs. I am a working parent, so I do rely on the after-school programs in order to be a professional. I also relied on preschool programs for my daughters to get the start that they needed to be successful in the K-12 system. And these programs are incredibly valuable and severely underfunded. And we need to figure out how to close that gap, because as we want to address the achievement gap, it's preschool and early education that is the antidote to the achievement gap, especially with our of kids of color and our low-income kids.
Why is it only in this neighborhood?
Wow.
You go to Roseville, Rockland, none of those places, you don't see this happening.
So-
This is the only place I see different races, is in the South Sac, because I work all over this. I go to Rockland, El Dorado Hills, I don't never see none of this. But you
Sir.
can cut down on these kids.
Sir.
Minorities, this is the area I see minorities.
We have been trying to be very, very respectful of everyone's voices tonight. We've been trying to be very respectful. Wow.
Thank you. I do have some clarifying questions, if I may ask. A couple of questions relating to Head Start, and I'd like to know a little bit more about the partnership between SETA as Head Start and then the school district, and what it means in terms of the district ending the partnership with SETA. Can we? Because I want to understand.
It's not technically a partnership. SETA holds the Head Start grant, and we're a grantee under them. I don't know that I would call it a partnership. They manage Head Start. National Head Start gives them the grant money, and then we, along with all the other school districts in the county that choose to, and some private organizations, request a portion of the grant from SETA. The state-funded classes come from other money. And technically, when you say that you're finding spots for our children, is basically we are giving our children to SETA along with part of the money from there. And I have to tell you that they pay about $22 an hour to their teachers, who at that rate can probably not even afford to put them in a daycare program that's not free. So it's not an equivalent. I'm not suggesting that their teachers are not quality, because they are. They get a lot of good training. But it's not as simple as saying, oh, we've found spots for your children. So as far as all the finances go, I'm not aware of that. The figures that I spoke to were just numbers that I was able to get from natural things. Infant toddler is also Head Start funded and part of the SETA grant.
So I just needed to get some clarity in terms of some number that was mentioned earlier by someone, that it was a $22.4 million grant.
$22.4 million is a rough number of our state and Head Start grant money that comes in for our about 2,100 children. Of that, the $2.3 million that you provide breaks down to about $1,000 and a little more than that per child. That was my point, is that when you walk away from that grant, you're walking away from part of the money from Head Start and part of the money from the state, and we understand that. But honestly, my honest opinion is that not that you are supplementing us, it's that you're spending $2.3 million on preschool, and Head Start and the Child Development Department are giving you an entire preschool program with the rest of the funding. That's my opinion. This is money you owe these children.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Taylor, if you'd like to add. No. Dr. Taylor, if you can please just very quickly respond to Member Garcia, and then we'll move over to our remaining public commenters.
Yeah, so the question about the partnership with SETA, we're still in partnership with SETA. What we're doing is that there's certain slots that we have that we're returning to SETA, and SETA will still run program. I do want to clarify that existing students who are in the preschool program will continue in the program, with the exception of the infant and toddler program and the home-based program, and those are services that SETA will provide. So students who are in the program currently outside of those two programs will continue to receive services from Sac City.
Thank you. Elliot, can you please call our next
I have one more question.
public?
Sorry. Okay, I had one more, more comment. And this is on the fee-based centers. I know that there is a proposal that's being considered, and I just wanted to get some clarification in terms of the fee. Is it, are they established on a sliding scale, so the families who can afford to pay a little bit more are able to, would be charged a higher fee than a family who makes less? Or is it just a flat fee?
It is a flat fee, but there's different fee structures. So there's hourly, there's monthly, depending on the level of service.
So it's based on the service as opposed to based on the income?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Has that ever been part of the conversation, just in terms of trying to close the gap in terms of what the current gap is? Just something to consider as you're considering the proposal?
So we're currently looking at the fee structure and just looking at different options that could keep us in a program that's self-sustaining, to see what the fee structure would need to be in order for that to occur.
I just want to thank some of the public comment that they recognize that we are in difficult situations and that this is a collective problem and challenge, but they also want to be part of the solution. So I appreciate that, and that it's our problem, and let's be part of the solution together. So I just want to thank you. Thank you for clarifying those questions.
Thank you.
Okay, we have
Ms. Martinez.
Oh, Kenya Martinez.
Good evening, members of the board. This evening, I come here tonight as a community member again. Earlier this evening, the board recognized Sacramento New Technology High School, which my son is a student there at New Tech. On October 6th last year, I came before the board to talk about how there wasn't an RSP teacher on staff. A RSP teacher was hired, and I appear before the board again on December 6th to inform you that the RSP teacher wasn't allowed to push into classrooms. So students who were receiving special education services at New Tech between August 13th, when school started, until about January 22nd, did not receive any special education service minutes. And I've been working with the special education department, but there is still a communication breakdown that is happening to some of the parents, some of the students, where they're not being told what's being done. No one hasn't been notified properly. Not everyone has been notified properly. So the parents behind me, they're going to speak about that. One of the parents here, his name is Bruce. His wife, Tracy, asked me to read a letter on her behalf. So his 2 minutes starts now.
Okay.
So Tracy wrote, just last month, I attended my daughter's annual IEP. It was 4 months late. I have since learned that it was New Tech's negligence that prompted the delay. I attended a CAC meeting just this week in order to voice my concerns and frustration over the lack of attention to my daughter's educational needs, including service hours and the presence of the workability program that prompted movement. The very next day, a workability rep was at New Tech, and it was then that Dr. Bolton finally decided she would reach out to me. She sent me an email and said that New Tech is committed to providing appropriate services to their special needs children, and my daughter was owed 30 hours of service minutes. 30 hours of services. It seems to me that the school is more dedicated to the New Tech approach, and while I get the vision, it should not be used to justify why an RSP teacher was provided sooner and why aid was not given. Even now, my daughter says she only receives services during lunch break and advisory, never during class. She only receives services during her lunch. Considering how many children have an IEP at the school, that seems a bit limiting. Just like a paralyzed child needs ramps and a wheelchair, my daughter needs assistance in order to access all New Tech has to offer. For it to be limited like this is discrimination and appalling. My daughter's grades this year have been horrific. They are very similar to when the RSP teacher in her freshman year. Mr. Richardson was borderline neglectful and cut her recommended hours from 30 minutes a day to 30 minutes a week because he said because the school didn't work that way and that parents couldn't expect them to hold their students' hands and babysit. Even then, she never received Fs until now. The only good thing to come about this mess has been Sally Madahan, our RSP teacher.
Ms. Martinez, if you can please wrap up. Thank
I'm
you.
going to wrap up. She has been the only RSP teacher to read my daughter's IEP, actually hatch a plan to aid my daughter in aiding herself with techniques that she can use for years to come. Not hold her hand, not babysit. I have been so confident hearing I'm hearing that she will not come back next year, which was crushing to all of us. I beg you to do something about this situation.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Mr. Browning, can you please ensure that we have the appropriate follow-up with Becky Bryant and the special ed department to address some of these concerns? Thank you.
So the rest of the parents are going to follow it.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Latrice Trody. I've never been here, but I feel that I have to be a voice for my child. And it seems like also be a voice for the other students that are affected by this. My son is one of the kids from Sacramento New Tech High School who is owed services. Due to the negligence of the school not giving him the proper support, my son has failed and there is no apology. Who is responsible for this? I want to know, where did you guys come up with these numbers of hours that is owed to him? And I feel he had the proper support. If he had the proper support, he would not have failed. I feel this invalidates his poor grades. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This is my son, Zachary, and he gave me his minutes.
Hi, Zachary.
I'm speaking for him. Good evening, my name is Naomi Roberts, and this is my son, Zachary Roberts. First of all, thank you for honoring my son's school at Sacramento New Tech High School tonight for their academic decathlon success. We are a tiny school in the big picture of this district's 76 campuses. The personal stories that embody our small school makes their accomplishment even more remarkable. I'm here tonight also as a follow-up from when I last spoke to you on March 7th in regards to compensatory services owed to all students with IEPs at my son's school. My husband and I are questioning the formula Ms. Bryant used to arrive at the totals. As I stated on March 7th, I was serving as a proxy for all the parents who cannot put forth the time and energy to do this. What I'm hearing from these parents, the following: the totals seem low. Does this include directions on how to challenge any grades below a C? What if the hours cannot be made up by June? How will I know how these services will be used to remediate the loss? Tutoring. For my son, if Learning Solutions IA was not supervised by an RSP teacher from August to November, then those minutes cannot be counted as served because he failed. I had to come constantly to intervene between the IA and the BCBA to ensure the support was appropriate. All of that should have come from an RSP. That work should have been done by a credentialed teacher. We are seeking answers to questions we have asked. As a closing thought, what if you had a stakeholder meeting at the site and invited parents and their teachers? And what if you had credentialed personnel lead that discussions?
Thank you. We
Thank you.
appreciate the suggestion. Thank you for your story. Who else do we have in public comment? I think maybe they lost track. Sorry. If you can please share your
Well, if you
name.
could state your name and I'll.
Hi, I'm Sally Mondahan. I'm the resource teacher.
Oh,
I'm here
yes. Hi,
tonight with my
Sally.
tech
Good to
parent.
see
Hi.
you.
Hi there. So last time I actually had a whole other set of commentary ready, but there's been some recent events that I've had to regroup. But you've been so gracious to respond to my emails before, so I think I'll just send this to you as a follow-up. So last week I was handed a letter of non-reelect. I think the reasons are obvious why. So then today I was sent an email saying that it's time for me to be evaluated. So if I was non-reelected, there's 10 weeks left in the school year. I have to sort of wonder what the purpose of this practice is, especially in light of all the work that needs to be done at this school to serve these children. And I wouldn't think we'd have time for this unless there's a bigger mission I'm not aware of. So to be quick, I just wanted to reference 6.3.3.1, 6.3.1.1, 6.5.1, which discusses timelines for evaluation. This is all under Article 6 of the SETA teacher's contract. 6.1.9. So long and short of it, just to condense the message is, if I am to be evaluated for some larger mission, am I to be evaluated by the site leader who is sort of implicated in this situation? I don't think if the mission is equity, competency, seeing if the kids are all right, I question the intent here. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments. And I think that you'll be sending a follow-up note to Superintendent Aguilar?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Angie Sutherland with the Coalition for Students with Disabilities. I just wanted to say that the RSP problem is probably not unique to just this one school. The importance of RSP, it helps students to access their learning, and without it, especially high school students, I'm sure these students are now having a really tough time trying to graduate. Today I was reminded about that statement that every presentation has before it begins, is the district recognizes that the outcomes it is currently producing are because of the way the system is and has historically been designed. Well, I'm sorry, but that isn't cutting it. I'm really tired of hearing that statement. I think that our district needs to start following their own policies. How can students make progress when their teachers are retaliated against, when they work to ensure that students are receiving the supports that they're entitled to in their IEP, which is a legal contract? I've had teachers or providers tell me things privately that they're afraid to say in public. I'm sure they're just trying to keep their job. It puts them in a hard place, and if Sac City recognizes that the system is flawed, then why are things still status quo? We have a shortage of special education teachers, and I hear you guys talking about that all the time. Why are we letting a good one go? How many others have also had this happen? Sac City has policies that are not being followed. There's anti-bullying, non-discrimination in district programs, discipline, positive school climate, parent rights and responsibilities, behavioral interventions for special education students, gifted and talented education. Not to mention the laws. There's the Individuals with Disability Education Act. There's Section 504 of the Rehab Plan and Americans with Disabilities Act. Ask students, ask parents. The failure of the district to adhere to these policies has harmed my child. This is not acceptable.
Thank you, Angie.
I'm finishing the comment. Quit talking about disrupting the system and do something with the data and research that you have. Forming all of these committees is only delaying what the community's been telling you for years. Lastly, this leads me to ask about the special education audit recommendations that have not been approved by the board to my knowledge, but were only presented to the board as information last May. 1 year late after the audit. What are the timelines for these action plans? Do you know? We don't. Should we know? Yes. If the district is doing this work, then why are so many situations occurring? I suggest someone take a deep dive and audit all of the special education service logs. I recommend that every parent request a copy of their child's service logs. We should not have to be private detectives, but we are. And I'll just say, since I have 1 minute left, I entered this district in 2005 when my son was 3 years old, joining special education. He was coming out of early intervention for ultra-regional services. My son's speech teacher at the time, she's a teacher now, had to sneak to tell me how to apply, how to get my son evaluated for special education. She told me that she would get in trouble if she basically told me how to write the letter. I talked to another teacher. She said it's the same way. This was just last year when the CAC resigned, that she could not specifically refer a student for occupational therapy because they had set up a process that was so long and drawn out that basically deterred teachers from informing parents what to do or walking parents along or helping them know the rules. So, if we have teachers doing the good work and we have teachers that are advocating for students, don't discipline them. If you want outcomes, don't discipline your teachers for doing the right thing. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia.
We do still have a few more cards.
Okay.
We have Cindy Messer, Oswaldo Hernandez, Frank DeYoung, Erica Chan, Melissa Kwan, and Leslie Beth Curtis.
Okay, thank you. And we want to let our CAC know that the special education update will be coming back to the board on April 4th, to address the work that's been done in light of the audit and the continued work of CAC.
Okay, great. Well, good evening, Superintendent and board members, and thank you for your time this evening. This has been a very, very tough conversation, and maybe I'll take a step back and just say that I'm a parent of a fifth grader at Matsuyama Elementary. My daughter's been there since kindergarten, and we have utilized the services of the fee-based child care center since that time. As working parents, and no family in the area, we are very dependent on the services of the child care center. Mm-hmm. And I will say that it provides a stable and a very safe and enriching environment for our daughter. We have very few options in the area that we're in for child care. So I want to just encourage all of you, and I really appreciated the thoughts and the comments from Board Member Garcia about maybe proposals and options. And I would say in this very, very tough time, if we could continue to be creative and think outside of the box. I know you guys are trying to do that, and again, a very tough place to be in. But I would just encourage you to really think about, both from the children's perspective, from all of the wonderful people that work in the public school system. I'm born and raised here in California, came up through the public school system. I'm a huge fan. My daughter is blossoming in the school system. She's also had such great experiences in the after-school program. Some of the same kids have been together since kindergarten. They're their own little social network. They've learned to work through problems together. They help each other out. They are our future leaders, and I'm very, very saddened by the state of affairs right now. But again, I really, really want to encourage you to continue to think outside of the box, and hopefully we can all make this better together. So thank you.
We appreciate your comments. Hello.
Good evening, board members, superintendent. I'm here tonight because I just came from a community forum, a meeting organized by Councilmember Snyder on the homeless shelter they're proposing right across from one of our schools, Burbank High School. Right, there was a lot of people from Burbank, Woodbine, Edward Campbell, Cesar Chavez, students, right, and families who are going to be directly affected if this proposal moves forward. I, at this point, have not seen anything from Sac City Unify, and I do believe that you, as a board, not just but as a board, as a district, have to look out for the interests of our students. And yes, the homeless shelter idea is great, it's amazing, but the location for it is not the best. We're bringing a lot of risk so the price for it is going to be too high, right? We know that with homelessness, there is likely our students going to be exposed to drug use, to needles that are going to be on the ground. Likely, we do not have a record for the sexual assault homeless that are there. I don't know the right term, I'm blanking out right now, but I think you know where I'm going with this. So I do ask that you take this into consideration, that you do take action. Our families in South Sacramento do need the backup from the district. And I know this is not the perfect time for the district because there's a lot of things going on, but this is something that is pressing, is something that is urgent, and is something that is in the best interest of our students. So please do take action and oppose this homeless shelter. Once again, we have Burbank, we have Woodbine, we have Edward Campbell, we have Cesar Chavez, and these are students who walk to school and home oftentimes by themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, board members. As I said the other week when I spoke, my name is Beth Curtis. I'm the attorney who will be representing the teachers and your early childhood educator teachers in the layoff. I've spent 3 hours waiting to talk to you, even though I have a long drive home, because I want all of you to understand that based on your own documents, this layoff is not necessary. In your student-centered fiscal recovery plan proposed budget solutions tonight, you said, or you will say when you get there, that you are trying to save $5.1 million from the one-stop staffing adjustment and $1.2 million in your child development. If you look at your attrition, you've already had 29 FTEs reduced through non-reelections. You lost another 47.6 FTEs already without a single layoff notice through resignations and retirements. Tonight, you're going to approve another 17 FTEs, again, reduced through resignations and retirements. Without a single layoff notice, you've already lost 93.6 FTEs of certificated staff. If you take your average cost for a certificated teacher of $90,000 and you multiply that by this 93.6, you already have savings of $8.4 million without a single layoff notice. You could take back all the notices, not have to have a hearing, not have to pay an administrative law judge, save the costs, save CTA's fees for me, as well as your own legal fees, and certainly engender a lot of public goodwill with having all of those notices pulled back. So I am taking the time to talk to you about this, not to be adversarial, but to try to be upfront and say that if this is what you need based on your own documents, you have it already. You could take those notices and give people their jobs back and provide a lot of reassurance for your community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Frank DeYoung, Sam Brennan. I got to ask what we're doing here. I want to make it clear. We are where we are, pointing fingers and talking about the past and talking about procedures like vacation buyout, which is done by all public agencies, including the state. Could they be fixed? Sure. Should they be done differently? Absolutely. But the point is, we are where we are, and we need to move forward, and we need to do what's in the best interest of the children. And that means SCTA, get off your butts and get to the table. Because if you don't want to be part of the solution, then you are the problem. And this is not, if you could bring that up, how you negotiate a contract. Somebody needs to explain that to me. Huh?
Somebody played with the camera.
Yeah, you gotta pull it, turn it.
Whoop. You'll help me. I mean, when I first saw this, I wanted to find the kid that did it because I thought he should be grounded for a while. Because this is something an adolescent does. This is not what an adult does. But maybe this speaks to the leadership at SCTA, because if this is what they think is funny and it's okay to do when you're in a budget crisis, I feel really sorry for our kids. Because what's happening tonight is nothing compared to what's going to happen when the state takes over. If you think you're seeing cuts now, you got no idea what's coming. And yes, it's going to be the low and children of color that are going to get hurt by this more than anybody else, as the B has clearly stated. Because people of means will find ways to take care of their children, but the poor and people of color will not. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. DeYoung. Do we have any other public comments at this time?
No additional comments.
Okay, thank you. I do want to say, in response to the comic strip that you just shared that was posted on SCTA's website earlier this week, it was very upsetting, but what to me was heartening was the several teachers who reached out to me personally, and they said that they know me, they know my heart, they know my work, and that did not reflect their viewpoint, that they felt like that was a juvenile and cruel tactic, and they wanted to know personally that they would take no part in that. And so I want to say, you know, as many individuals have come to me over the course of the week, that I see that as a decision that was made probably by a leader, but certainly not by our hardworking teachers who continue to do what's right by students and not attack me personally. Board Member Pritchett.
Thank you, President Ryan. And, you know, I just want to say that we up here are a board of 7. And I just cannot believe some of the things and the communications that are coming out with the attacks that are on our superintendent and our board president. In fact, many, if not all, decisions that have been made in this disheartening times that we have right now have been a 7-0 vote. I am appalled. Frank, thank you, because I actually printed it out too. I couldn't believe when I saw what was up on the SCTA page. It makes me think, does your membership know that you're doing these kind of things? Does your membership allow our students to act this way? Be the leader, be the adult, and be the role model.
We're moving on to item 9.0, Board Workshop, Strategic Plan, and Other Initiatives. Item 9.1, Approve Fiscal Recovery Plan Update, presentation by Dr. John Quinto. Can you take this over for 1 second? Here, will you take it over for 1 second?
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, board members. Here to present to you tonight the fiscal recovery plan for Sacramento City Unified School District. I'll cover our multi-year history really fast and go through our student-centered fiscal recovery plan, and then when that's applied to our multi-year budget, the impact of that. At first interim, the district was facing a $15 million, $60 million 1920 budget shortfall, and then 2021 a 67. At second interim, do arduous work and some reductions that we're focused on. We got that down to 2.2 million in 1920 and 50 million in 2021. Our fiscal plan has three factors: one-stop staffing at 5.1 million, child development at 1.2, and savings proposed to be achieved through negotiations at 28.7 million. When you take those and apply them to the multi-year projections, what you'll see is that in 1920, we would have met our 2% economic uncertainty reserve, and in 2021, our 2% reserve as well. Of what I'd like to note, and in box there is the one-stop staffing. We had started toward our fiscal recovery plan. So in our second interim, in the interim is the 5.1 savings from one-stop staffing. And at that time, we had vetted through our fiscal advisor 460,000 of the child development. So what you're seeing there is the balance that we later met with our fiscal advisor as we combed through the savings. And so you're seeing the balance there. And then lastly, the 28.7 million. Formal budget process next steps. Because we had a qualified or negative second interim, we're required to bring you a third interim budget in May. With that, that concludes our fiscal recovery plan.
Thank you. Elliot, do we have any public comment?
We do. We have 4 public comments from Amy Bollinger, Natalia Bente, Nikisha Thomas, and Cecile Nunley. Go for it, Cecile.
Is anybody here? Cecilia.
I know it's a shock.
Ms. Nunley, please.
Good evening again. I know you're shocked that I'm here, but the only thing that I was going to say, I noticed on the actual website, as well as in the plan here, there was only the one document that I could see. So I was a little surprised at the presentation. I'm sure it was back there, but I just didn't have a copy of it to really analyze. The one concern that I did have on the one document, it says savings proposed to be achieved through negotiations of 28.7. To me, that just felt like it's not clear and that also is not guaranteed. It's 100% just kind of still a hope and a prayer. And I wasn't sure if we were still going to at least see something that would be a little bit more concrete. I know there's certain limits that the district has through the bargaining process and what is set in the contract as it stands right now. But like I said, I was just a little surprised that there still is not much detail. So I was just concerned about that. And if I could get a copy of the presentation somewhere.
Okay. So we have no other public comments on this item?
No other public comment.
Okay, we'll take board member questions and comments at this time. Board Member Vang.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Kento. First, I just have to say this was an extremely short presentation. My question is really around page 5. And I see here the one-stop staffing of adjustment of 5 million, child development at 1.2, and then savings proposed to be achieved through negotiation, $28 million. And I think my comments kind of echo Cecile as well, given just the urgency that we need to balance our budget with the 2% reserve. I think I still need some clarity. I know that we just did some administrative layoffs as well. So my first question is, where is that in the 35 million that we need to get to? That's my first question. And then I'm a little worried, I'm extremely worried that we are trying to, that for line item 3, that savings are going to be proposed through negotiation, which is not guaranteed, right? And so I'm concerned about this, and I was hoping that we would have a more detailed plan about how we're going to get to 35. If we don't have that today, that needs to be at the next board meeting. Given the urgency, I'm a little disappointed by this presentation because I was hoping that it would be a little bit more thorough on how we can get to the $35 million. But if you can speak on the admin piece, because I know we just did some layoffs, where that falls in this chart.
If you don't mind, I'll step and go get some information.
Okay.
So on the March 7th actions taken by the board, there was, up until that time, we had 278 FTEs starting July 1st. As of the board meeting on February 21st, board took action on 8, which resulted in a savings of $1.8 million. The board took action on March 7th, resulting in a reduction of 22 positions. So the total reductions thus far have been 30, which is 11% decrease, or equivalent of on March 7th itself, specifically $2.2 million.
Can I ask you, is that part of this?
It is not. We are currently, as with all things, vetting those through our fiscal advisor. And so after that action, our role is to sit with her, go through position control, make sure things tie out, and do our due diligence.
What's the timeline on that?
I believe we're set to meet next week to comb through that. But I can get information back through BC, through the superintendent.
Member Vang, I think perhaps this is your question. We will be including those decisions in our third interim, which will be presented to the board and included as part of that report. This is as of second interim.
Dr. Quinto, I have a couple of questions too. I don't see any other board member questions at this time, but there might be. I am curious about the cuts made to the central office and to administration. I know that there was a recent analysis done by school services that continues to show that we are the lowest in the region for central office staff, 25% below other neighboring districts. And I want to ask, what were the percentage of total cuts that were made in the recent round of preliminary layoff notices that were put out?
The first question regarding school services, they recently came out with what we call the Katie report. It's a comparative analysis of district income and expenditures. So they look at school districts statewide. It's kind of our compare and contrast Bible that we see how we're doing against our comparative groups. I have if I can find that. Charlotte, you might put it on the document camera for me. So for our region, you can see the comparative group is 5.44%. All school districts across the state of California, in terms of our sister district, is 5.19%. As you can see, we're the lowest at 4.53%. And this is as of fiscal year 17-18. There's been a lot of work done in terms of the reduction of administration since then. We last reported to you at the second interim that we are at 4.39%. In terms of your question of reductions, again, that's a reduction of 11%.
Okay, so 11% reduction, and that's not reflected in the 4.53% total 100% of general fund expense based on the school services recent numbers that have been shared with us. So we can expect that number to lower even further. So I also know that we have, of the total number of administrators that have been talked about, the due diligence of needing to understand that there are a large number of those administrators who are site leaders. In other words, they're principals and they are assistant principals. So that significantly lowers that, 260 at the high end number of administrators once you've subtracted the two. Once we've subtracted the remaining that are based on either state or federal grants and compliance, it brought us a number of around 58 remaining. Is that correct for the central office?
Last time I looked at it, that number was 57.
57, okay. I appreciate that because I think that we have to show that we are doing our best, our due diligence to cut from the top. I think there were several people who said tonight, that we should not be getting our salaries. And I do want to clarify, board members make $787 a month. Many of us have made great sacrifices to do this work. $787 a month, as you know, is not a top-paid administrative salary. But we do believe in the work. And that being said, we were even willing to cut $100,000 off the board office that included basic professional development and some of the key governance training that we need to be more effective at our jobs. So we absolutely are taking our responsibility to heart. I also want to ask some questions around, in this student-centered fiscal recovery plan, the conversations that have come up around the discrepancies in the numbers between the stated potential savings, because we have been looking at SCTA's proposal for opportunities for us to come to some consensus. For instance, delaying our OPEB funding, maybe a not best practice, but a way to save some dollars. But I do know that there was a claim of being able to save potentially $15 million from central office administration. Please tell me, am I correct? What I've read from SCOE is that $8 million would be a total cost for the central office, so we could eliminate the entire central office and not get to that projected savings that was detailed in the plan. And in fact, a 20% reduction put us closer to 1.6 million. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if you go back to the document, Dr. Pinto,
Okay.
total expenditure.
So I just point that out because this is where I lose sleep at night. I do not want to lay off educators and people that I believe are vital to meeting the needs of our students. And yet, we are grappling with a $35 million deficit. If we cannot close that deficit, we essentially turn our school district over to state receivership. And what we know from other school districts across the state that have found themselves in this predicament is that there has been a mass exodus from families who can afford to leave the district. Our most impoverished families stay. We see a widening of the achievement gap. We see school closures. We do see layoffs occur in an arbitrary fashion because we have a person whose key job is just to balance the bottom line. And so as we're talking about having to make these difficult changes, like finding healthcare savings, absolutely. Do I wish we were in a place where we were reinvesting in counselors and nurses and even lower class sizes? That is not the place we're at, and it's 41st in the nation in per pupil spending. We have to have a bigger conversation. How do we get through this short-term fiscal crisis and avoid receivership and avoid this nuclear option? And then how do we work together to demand that the state invest at a higher level so that we have the resources to invest in our neediest students, in our special education population, et cetera? So with that, I do want to ask you about the healthcare benefits. I know that we have talked a lot based on the FCMAT report, based on the analysis done most recently, based on the 2006 analysis and the 2003 analysis, that the greatest savings could be found from our total compensation, from the benefits and salaries. And so can we talk about how we compare to neighboring districts on that key measure?
Yes, we can. We've done school services again, who we utilize a lot for comparison purposes. Let me see if I can find some comparisons in terms of what you're asking about. So again, this is the 17-18 sources being school services. Start off with this one.
The healthcare comparison with the other regions?
It was this one with, as we show in 17-18, while I quickly look for, if I got that slide. Sure.
Clearly, we need a new projector.
Probably a new operator.
We've struggled with it tonight.
Yeah, I think you turn the side. Yeah, you just turn the side. There's a knob. There you go.
Perfect, thank you.
So this was the health and welfare per pupil costs that we compared ourselves across the region.
So our per pupil health and welfare cost is $13.60 compared to the nearest district at $9.05. And I am curious, so our total compensation as a result of that is significantly higher. Has any analysis been done to going to full and fair coverage at the San Juan level, which is the next tier down, or the Elk Grove level, and how that would affect our ability to be competitive and remain among the top or the top for total compensation?
Yeah, there has been, and getting back to Member Vang's question about, our target number and being not specific, we're working with our labor partners on how we would achieve these savings through negotiations. And we have begun those discussions with 4 out of our 5 partners. So we're purposely leaving that general as we hone in on how we go about doing that and doing that analysis.
Looking at the alternative healthcare savings plans based on the conversations with all labor unions.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So as you look at, like San Juan, for instance, you can look at both the salary and then the average district contributions toward healthcare.
And this is for beginning step? Do we
This would
also
be for
have
beginning
it
step.
for our highest step and column?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so what I'm reading is for our total compensation, 98,000 is the maximum salary schedule. For salary alone, total compensation is 120, with San Juan coming in at about 107 total compensation. San Juan salary at 92. Okay, that's helpful. That concludes my questions. I'm going to go ahead and allow our board member Morawski to ask questions, followed by a follow-up question by board member Vang.
Thank you, President Ryan, Dr. Quinto. I just I wanted to follow on President Ryan's question on the healthcare savings. In the summary, it says the district is seeking to rebalance employee healthcare benefit contributions with a goal toward returning to district contributions that are in parity to comparable school districts while providing high-quality benefit plans to its employees. Do you have a figure about, like, if we were at the average regionally, or if we were at the average statewide, what that would mean for our deficit? Just for kind of, I mean, not getting into specifics around negotiations, but just, do you have that kind of ballpark, or?
The answer is yes, I do. But I think at this point, we're in beginning discussions with our labor partners. And with that moving forward, I would be, I think at this point, it's prudent not to speak to those, but I do have the ranges. We have done some comparison analysis. We are working with Checker, an entity that is pulling together different health service provider bids, that being from SISC, CVT, and also looking at CalPERS. We'll be looking at those and analyzing them and bringing forward a negotiated agreement or proposal.
Okay. I'm a little bit confused about what we're actually considering here tonight in terms of what we're proposing to adopt. I know, I mean, to go back to Member Bang's questions on the fiscal recovery plan, the page 5, savings to be achieved through negotiations, it's not something we can adopt, because that's obviously kind of an ongoing conversation. So I just, can you explain a little bit about what an action to adopt this sort of plan at this point would mean?
Yes, we're looking for recommending to the board to support our fiscal recovery plan, which is 3 factors, the 2 of which we've already talked to. And the lastly is that giving us direction to seek 28.7 in negotiated savings. And so our team will come together with Raul and Dulcinea and Conci as we start to put together those values and put together proposals that we can negotiate with our labor partners.
Okay. So I think there do seem to be a couple things that are not included here, like the staffing reductions we made last time. I think, it was discussed at a prior meeting when I believe it was when Mike Fine was here, that we have a special education consultant that is going to be looking at ways to potentially look for savings there. I don't know if you can speak to the timeline around that, but I feel like we have other things that have not been sort of included or taken off the top yet. So can you speak about, how do we incorporate some of those other things? Also with Mike Fine, we discussed that, looking at the 4,000s and the 5,000s and just kind of what is there. And so can you speak to that? Because I think that the negotiated savings is sort of 35 minus whatever else we've done at this point, right?
Fours and fives. Okay, so let me start with the 4s and 5s. We've gone through the 4s, 5s, and 6s, or our supplies, services, and capital. We pulled together reports. Those have been reviewed, and there's been discussions with the superintendent as to these are the recommendations. Those are things that we'll be bringing forward to, or will be placed in the 3rd interim. In terms of the 3.7 reductions, those are currently being vetted, as will the reductions that we're recommending to the superintendent through our fiscal advisor to make sure there's a negative impact. Just because there's a reduction, there may be an opportunity cost or an increase in expenditure on the other sides. An instance may be that you stop. Well, that's a bad analogy. I can't do anyways. But you may stop a service, but it may create an expense. So we have to be careful and understand the full impact of those. So as we vet those through SCOE, we try to see both sides of that equation. And so those 4s, 5s, and 6s are our supply line services and capitals that we will get a blessing from the superintendent, will be vetted through our fiscal advisor and then brought to our third interim. In terms of special ed, that program evaluation was done. In fact, I was talking with Ms. Ryland today in regards to that. That's currently being reviewed by the County of Education. And so we're looking forward, as you are, as to what came about from that and what areas of opportunity there are for us to move forward with that.
Is there a timeline on that? And just to clarify, I mean, if folks were not part of the conversation that we had about having someone come out and look at our special ed program, my understanding was that was not about cutting services or so forth, but to look for efficiencies or program redesign or that sort of thing. And I'm not really clear exactly on what all is in there. But that was my understanding, and just to clarify that, is that correct?
That is correct. We're looking for operational efficiencies. We're mandated by law for the students to receive education, but it's about how we deliver that education. And Dr. Gillespie is an expert in that field. We brought him in to evaluate our program and for our areas of opportunity. So we're as anxious as you are to get our hands on the notes and create an action plan as we move forward.
Okay. I have one other. This is more like an observation. I think in the page 6 on the unrestricted general fund multi-year projection. I just want to clarify, because I was using my calculator and something didn't look quite right, but I think what happened was in this spreadsheet that the fund balance from the end of 1920 didn't carry over to the beginning fund balance in 2021. I think all the numbers are correct. In other words, it looks like the fund balance after we make those reductions should be 21 million at the end of 2021, which is healthy. But I think that just in the spreadsheet, the fund balance from 1920 didn't carry over to be the beginning fund balance in 2021.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to, if anyone's looking at the chart, I just wanted to clarify. It looks like that. It looks like that to me. And so I think it's more just like a typo. I just wanted to clarify that the beginning fund balance, if it was really 9.7 million, it would be, we'd be in a much worse situation. So the numbers below, below the first line are correct, I think.
Thank you, Member Morowski. Member Vang, and then finally, Member Garcia.
Thank you, President Ryan. Dr. Kinto, I just had a follow-up question. Could you show the graph that you had regarding cost of admin at the district level? I think it was like 4 point something %. I just wanted to ask you a question. Yes. So I wanted just to put this on record, and if you can answer this question, because I'm also curious. I had spoken to SETA union leadership regarding the 4.53, and I had mentioned to them that we have one of the lowest admin costs to surrounding school district, and my understanding from them was that this wasn't salary or benefits, but it was just like paper or like to keep the lights on. And so I want to ask, is this 4.53, the 23 million, does that include benefits and salary of admin, or is it just general admin costs? Yeah.
It includes both.
So it's salary and benefits and paper and things to run the central office.
Things in the operations.
Okay.
General administration costs. So they're, it's the SACS coding. Anybody in the 7,000s are captured. If I can, I'm not sure I have that sheet with me. Yeah, but it's about capturing the areas of 7,000. So people that are coded, our team that's coded to that would be like myself, and so it would have both my salary and.
Okay. I guess I'm asking this question also, and I'm echoing off of what earlier the African American Task Force and what Dr. Mahone said. A state takeover is not an option, and it would be incredibly devastating for our district and our students, especially our low-income students. So for me, I'm trying to figure out how we can get to $35 million in realized savings. If I'm just looking at this, and let's say we cut all of CERNA at $23 million, that's still not going to get us to where we need to be. And this is why I really want to encourage all labor partners to come to the table, because even if we were to eliminate all of this, we will still not meet the 2% reserve. And so I'm encouraging all labor partners to come to the table so that we can really find a solution so that a state takeover does not happen, because at the end of the day, it's our Black, brown students, our students with disabilities that are gonna suffer because there's gonna be more cuts, exodus of students, school closures, and I'm incredibly concerned because we are in March, it's almost April, and we have to balance this budget in June. That's like 2.5, 3 months away. And there needs to be urgency around this. And I'm hoping that at the third interim report, Superintendent, that you will be able to bring back a plan on how we can get to the $35 million, because this is absolutely unacceptable, and we have to make sure that we get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Garcia, and then a final comment from Member Pritchett.
Yes, thank you. It's a little hard to follow the presentation just because there's very little information to just process. But I wanted to focus on slide 6 of your presentation. And ask if you could walk me through the deficit spending. I don't know if I'm just not understanding this, but even if we address the reductions, are we still in deficit spending in out years?
So to take you through the deficit spending, if you notice in 18-19, you have a $20.7 million deficit spend. So everything above the gray line is really our multi-year budget. If without doing anything, you go to 29 and then to 47. The gray area is to capture the student-centered fiscal recovery plan. So I appreciate the answer. I was trying, I need to do a better job of making this more simplistic. So as you put the values on the bottom box of 740,028, those push into the gray. So it takes away from, if you notice, the 29,000,004.
Where am I?
It's circled.
29.4 million?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And you take the 2% reserve for economic uncertainty.
Mm-hmm.
You add those two numbers together.
Okay, so then,
Well, that's 2%. So you have the difference between the 39 and the 29 is your 2%, which shows that you've met. I'll frame it that way.
Okay, so is there a situation where we could meet our 2% but still be in deficit spending?
Yes.
And that's where we'll be? Yes? No?
The answer to that is yes, because we're also looking out at a fourth year. And so at the third interim, I will be bringing back, we are short about $6 million in the fourth year. So the answer to your question is yes, because of the outline here that we need to be very cognizant of.
So once we identify $35 million in savings, we still need to look in the out years to identify even more savings.
The answer to that question is yes. In fact, some words of wisdom given to me by Mike Fine's predecessor, Joe Montero. I asked him how do you make a district fiscally sustainable? And he told me, look out the fourth and fifth year, because this is like an aircraft carrier. And Joel had an awesome smile, and he goes, in Quinto, you're not going to turn it around on a dime. So you need to look out 4 and 5 years so you can bring that back and let your superintendent and board know 3 or 4 years out, this is what you're headed to. So you can make adjustments. It takes time because of the large bureaucracy. And so I've always heeded Joe Montero's, which helped with my previous experience. So while we'll be bringing back at the third interim, the impact of this and given us an opportunity to look at our fourth year out. But I need to review that with our fiscal advisor and see how these go to pencils on the paper, because there's some other areas. We have the 3.2 million that was discussed earlier. We have some indirect costs that we're going to flow onto the paper. So this is where we're at this moment in time. So this is the most accurate and correct answer I could give you as of this date, but I can also tell you that we do have other things that are coming, as the superintendent alluded to, on our third interim. And I'm very optimistic about bringing that to you.
Okay, just moving forward, it would be very helpful to have beyond 3 years because of where we're at in our district. So it's to constantly be reminded that this is a long time recovery. What we're doing today is just to stave off a state takeover. But the work is going to go beyond this year.
I concur.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Garcia. Oh, Board Member Pritchett's question was answered. Do we have a follow-up question from Member Morosky?
Yes, thank you. I really wanted to ask about, and I don't think I reiterated my aversion to a state takeover as well, but I think I have earlier, and let me just say again, that is not a road that we can accept going down. And in that vein, just because adopting a plan for savings through negotiations, I mean, what are our options if that doesn't, if we can't achieve these savings?
The options are, our game plan was simple: make an accurate budget. So when we first got here, Terry, Ms. Riley and I started at the same time. Roll your sleeves up, make sure we have an accurate budget. One of the things we found was position control, so we brought that to the board October 4th. Thereafter, we found that our position control, which is 91 cents of our dollar, needed to be trued up. There was a lot of vacancies in how we did our one time, so there was quite a bit of work there. We did, borrowing Mike Fine's comment, we didn't get here overnight. It took years. So as we go through this process, we're trying to be prudent to make sure we're understanding the implications of every decision we make, because it has financial impacts years later. And so we're trying to bring that discipline and just not be in our silos and be mechanistic. So we trued up position control. With that being said, there was a FICMAT finding, and something we started early on when I got here was moving to what we call the cohort survival method. So we engaged in a contract with Decision Insight and staff to the cohort conservative model. They have a moderate projection too, which is used for facilities, but the conservative model is used for staffing.
Right.
So moving forward, as you can see, the methodology was starting to move forward. Once we got to first interim, we knew where we were at. Second interim, we brought to you with further reductions with the one-stop staffing, and then the superintendent brought his cabinet together, and we looked at, as you should, central office reductions. So at that point, we went through the process of identifying, okay, we need to cut at the top. And that's how you go about that. So cutting at the top, making sure that we're carrying out our collective bargaining agreement with fidelity. And the next step, the next biggest step, is to look at all of our unrestricted programs. So we'll be reviewing those and bringing back some information to the superintendent. But we are asking for authority to go negotiate and asking your approval for the 28.7 million, because that's what we need to meet our 2% reserve.
So, Dr. Quinto, I think the concern that you're hearing from Member Morowski and Member Garcia and others is that we have a fiscal recovery plan that is largely reliant on negotiated savings. Now, I know, given the benefit and salary structure in Sac City Unified, and the decades that have been warned towards changing this practice to avoid finding ourselves in this fiscal predicament, that we have very little other areas to cut. And yet, we have to be able to talk about what savings we can find, even if they fall far short from the total monies needed to avoid state receivership. And so, we will be taking action to move this proposal tonight, but the reality is we will continue to have to talk about draconian cuts that are painful, like what we heard tonight on the child development front, recognizing that absent these negotiated savings and this willingness to come to the table, all parties, in finding those savings, we will not be able to avoid takeover. And this is just the reality that we as board members are grappling with, no matter what we do to understand the numbers, to be grounded in the past trends, the FICMAT analysis of today and of decades before. And it's very difficult, given how little we have outside of negotiated savings, to rely upon in balancing the budget. And I think that that's what we're trying to say. So with that, I'm going to entertain a motion.
I'm sorry, can I just clarify on what, so basically you're asking for authority to move forward with the district's proposed plan for solving the budget deficit?
That is correct.
Okay, but this is not, it may not be the final plan depending on how things go, correct? Okay, so this is not this is a done deal. This is
March 21st plan.
This is the March 21st.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
This is just providing because I guess I was, a bit confused on the, this is the fiscal recovery plan. But it's a proposal for a fiscal recovery plan, and the district is asking for authority to move forward with that proposal.
Correct. This is our target number.
Okay.
And as we work with our labor partners, we will hone in and look at what that proposal is and bring that back. And I would like to also elaborate a little bit further on the answer to you. 91 cents of our dollar goes to salaries and benefits. Our unrestricted budget is about $400 million. Our salaries and benefits is 320. That only leaves $80 million. So we almost have to cut half of that to get there. If you notice tonight, it's 23 million just in operation. So when President Ryan talks about draconian cuts, we just don't have the money there.
Yeah, I think we
So
just
health
need to
savings and
know
things.
what our flexibility is. What do we have flexibility? Even if it's terrible, we need to know what those are, right?
And,
So, and, you know, I assume you're still going to move forward with pursuing and not stop looking at all of the other options that we talked about, just because we're
Absolutely.
moving forward to
Yeah,
tonight.
we call them outliers. So one of the things that we're doing is, in working with our fiscal experts, we're looking at anything that encroaches on the general fund. We're looking to bring a charter, looking at our charters, so we have that as an outlier. We looked at transportation. We looked at adult ed. So we're looking at any of the services that, and history of them, as making sure that they can stand on their own merit.
Thank you, Dr. Quinto. Do we have a motion? Second, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Okay, thank you. I'm going to have, based on Board Member Pritchett's recommendation, a motion to amend the agenda. I am so sorry to both our wonderful parents and community members from the Language Academy and from New Joseph Bonham. We're going to actually move your items up and ask to move the local control accountability plan after your two hearings so that we can get you out of here. I really apologize for the late school night and appreciate your patience. So can I get a motion to amend the agenda so that we are, okay, first let me make sure I make the motion. A motion to amend the agenda so we're moving items 9.4 and 5 above, prior to items 9.2 and 9.3.
So moved.
Motion by Member Pritchett. We have a second. All those in favor? Aye. The motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to item 9.4, considering resolution number 3065 or 3066, renewal for the charter petition for Language Academy of Sacramento. Sorry. I know.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, esteemed board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. This agenda item 9.4 is put forth for the board to consider resolution 3065 and 3066 for the renewal charter petition for Language Academy of Sacramento, also known as LOS. I'm Jack Kramer, Director of Innovative Schools and Charter Oversight, and with me, representing Language Academy, I have Mr. Eduardo De Leon, Executive Director. This presentation tonight, it will entail an overview of the charter school, an introduction to our charter review team, minimum standard for charter renewal, criteria to deny a charter renewal, and it will conclude with staff's analysis and next steps. I'd like to note that items 2, 3, and 4, they will serve not only this agenda item 9.4, but to save time, it will also serve agenda item 9.5, which is subsequent, and that is also a renewal charter petition. As a quick refresh, this overview for LOS is the same as presented at their February 7th public hearing. As an introduction to our district's charter review team, it is comprised of 15 of our district's finest, each with their own area of specialty or specialties in terms of evaluating the charter petition. Most of us on the team, we have worked together for 4 years. For agenda items 9.4 and 9.5, we do have driving governance, Ed Code 47605 and 47607. All charter renewals, they must go through a two-step process, of which it first starts with the minimum standard. And so the minimum standard, the first step that must happen is that you must meet one of the following criteria before receiving your charter renewal. Now, I stop at these first three. They are API related, and they were in the books up until June 2018, so we did have to recognize that from a statutory perspective. However, due to Education Code 52052F, we do now use an alternative, and that is criterion 4. In essence, we look at the academic performance of the charter school as it relates to the academic performance of the schools that the charter students would have attended had they not attended the charter school. If the minimum standard is met, then the charter petition can be fully evaluated, which leads us to the criteria to deny a charter petition. And the governing board may not deny a renewal petition unless it makes written factual findings of one of the below 5. And the 5, it starts with the charter school. It may not be denied unless it can be denied if it presents an unsound educational program. Also, if it is demonstrably unlikely to succeed in the implementation of the program, if the renewal petition does not have the necessary affirmations, the petition does not contain a declaration of whether or not the charter school shall be deemed the exclusive public employer. In essence, where are the employees? Are they under the purview of the charter school or under the purview of the district? And finally, the renewal petition does not contain reasonably comprehensive descriptions of the 15 elements. So once again, one or more of those written findings need to be found in order to deny a charter petition. Additionally, it's important to note that the most important factor in determining whether to grant the renewal is their academic performance of their student groups. With that said, it is the staff's analysis and conclusion for Language Academy that they do meet the minimum standards, academic performance. There were no written factual findings of any of the 5 criteria to deny their charter renewal. The school, it does have sufficient performance with their school-wide and student group academic achievement. And finally, the petition does contain reasonably comprehensive descriptions of all 15 elements. With that, we move to our next steps for tonight. The governing board shall either approve Resolution 3065 to approve the renewal charter petition, or approve Resolution 3066 to deny the renewal charter petition for Language Academy of Sacramento. Public comments.
Do we have any public comments on this item?
We don't.
Okay, wonderful. Do we have any board member comments? First Vice President Wu.
You know, in light of late hour and in consideration that tomorrow is a school day, I'm going to move to approve Resolution 3065 in favor of the renewal of this charter petition.
I'll second.
And having several friends and community members who attend your fabulous school, I'm happy to also support this. So with that, I will go ahead and take a motion. All those in favor of voting for the charter renewal resolution, the renewal is 3065, correct?
3065, yes.
I think we have been missing the preferential vote.
And we will stop for our student board member preferential vote.
Aye.
Thank you so much, Rachel. You have been uncharacteristically quiet tonight. All those in favor? Aye. The motion carries. Thank you. Congratulations. Moving on to item 9.5, considering Resolution 3067 or 3068 to renew the charter petition for New Joseph Bonheim Community Charter School.
Welcome again. This agenda item 9.5 is for the board to now consider Resolution 3067 and 3068, this time for the renewal charter petition for New Joseph Bonheim Community Charter School. And with me, I have Principal Christy Wells-Artman. The prior agenda item 9.4, it did concurrently address this agenda item 9.5, and so the items in the prior presentations are as presented. With that, we can move on to the overview of the charter school. And once again, this is a quick refresh, and it is the same one presented at the February 7th public hearing. After thorough evaluation, it is the staff's analysis and conclusion that New Joseph Bonheim, they do meet the minimum standards in academic performance. And actually, I'll save a couple seconds. They do meet criterion number 2, 3, and number 4. With that, we have the same next steps. Tonight, the governing board shall either approve Resolution 3067 to approve the renewal charter petition, or approve Resolution 3068 to deny the renewal charter petition for New Joseph Bonheim.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments at this time?
We do have one from Lisa Romero / Arthur Ailman.
Are you combining your time or 2 minutes each? Okay, no problem.
Oh my gosh. This is how it all got started, everyone. Good evening, Superintendent Aguilar, board members. My name is Lisa Romero, and this is Arthur Aleman. We are 2 of the 3 founders of the New Joseph Bonheim Charter School, and also like to acknowledge Michael Madden, who's also one of the founders of the school who couldn't be here tonight. We, the founders of NJB, would like to take this opportunity to thank the board for continuing their support to our children's education by giving hope to others, inspiring our youth to never give up on achieving their dreams. We have to continue supporting our communities, our bilinguals, our multicultural, with their environment, their families. We need to keep providing support to our parents to feel that they have a voice to be heard. 5 years ago, we were here before the board and we asked you for this, and we appreciate that you've listened to our parents, and we petitioned the neighborhoods. And that's what we come here tonight to keep fighting for these schools to be open and our children to get their education. So I ask that you keep NJB open and to continue supporting our multicultural and our community needs.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Aguilar and board members. I just want to thank you. I want to thank you for your time, and I know it's been a long night. And I just want to acknowledge one of the parents that was very instrumental in getting this school open, and her name's Ana Figueroa. I think she went home already. Oh, man. But anyway, she was responsible for collecting about 70% of the signatures for our students.
Thank you.
But anyway, have a good night, and thank you.
We appreciate it. We have a few comments or questions from board members. Lisa, Board Member Morowski, followed by Board Member Garcia.
Thank you, President Ryan. I don't know, is it protocol or possible to ask Principal Wells-Artman a question
Absolutely.
at this point? Okay, thank you.
It's actually preferred.
Okay, wonderful. Just my first time. So I appreciated the time, was it 2 board meetings ago, when you had the students out here, and I'm really impressed with the community you've been able to build, it sounds like, over the last few years. And I also appreciate that a lot of our charters seem to have a very good symbiotic relationship with the district. And in that vein, I wanted to ask, one of the things that I did notice on the data that was displayed was that the African American achievement is worrying to me. So, given we just discussed the African achievement task force recommendations. I wanted to ask if you're willing to engage with the task force, with the recommendations, to see if there's things you can incorporate that maybe fit into your academic environment from those that can help boost the African American achievement at New Joseph Bonheim. Maybe you can talk about just for a brief moment what you would envision that looking like?
Yes, thank you so much. That is something that is very serious that NJB is looking at, and what we can do to impact and close the achievement disparity with African American students. A couple years ago, I was on the task force for the African American students, and we've also worked with Daryl White, that's come to our school with the Black Parallel School Board. And there's a lot of data points that we're looking at in our improvement science to improve. One, we're looking at the relationships with home visits, because we have found in our data that our African American students that have shown proficiency or years growth in reading, literacy, and math foundational skills, the relationship piece with the home visits was critical, so we're looking into that. We're also looking at our chronic absenteeism. We're also looking at other data points such as parent involvement. Are we creating a welcoming environment that is culturally representative? And quite frankly and honestly too, is what are we doing as a team having those courageous conversations about implicit bias and race? And also too, are we consistently delivering culturally responsive teaching practices? So there's a lot of data points that we are very serious about, and we have to serve our children. That's our purpose for doing this, and so we want to work. We look forward to partnering. I work with Dr. Mahone as well. She's also supported our school, so I'm very excited to hear what the task force presented tonight and how we can partner.
Wonderful. I'd love to, maybe in the next year or so, have an update on as to how.
Absolutely, and I would love to come back and report our progress monitoring and share, and then get feedback.
Wonderful.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you.
Board Member Garcia?
Yes, thank you. I also took note of the student achievement for African American students, so thank you for the answer. There was another area in, it's page 7 of our agenda item, relating to increases in pupil academic achievement, and towards the end, the district staff will continue to monitor the charter school's performance closely over the course of the charter term. I just wanted to understand what closely means. Is it once a year, multiple times a year?
Closely means that we do have a formal process. Every single charter school, be them independent or dependent, they have an annual performance report that's submitted. And for all intents and purposes, it's almost like a mini petition. And so the thought process is, as we gather this information, and from a longitudinal basis, there is no surprises coming up to renewal time. The academic performance report, it covers everything from their governance to their fiscal to their suspensions, everything about the school site. And in essence, it acts as a formative for the charter school. They take that information and they do receive feedback from the district, and then they can make adjustments accordingly.
And does that information come before the board, or does it stay at the staff level?
It does stay at the staff level, but it is definitely available.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm going to entertain a motion to extend the clock, okay, to 11 p.m. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Board Member Pritchett?
Thank you, President Ryan. As one of the original board members who supported NJB when at its conception, I support you now. And so with that said, I move to approve resolution number 3067 and 3068, renewal charter petition for. Oh, sorry,
Just the
just
first one
67.
to approve.
Yes, sorry. It's late. I'm sorry. Give me a break for the renewal charter of New Joseph Bonheim. on my motion?
So we'll go ahead and, so we have a motion and a second, but we have one more question from Board Member Garcia.
Thank you. On page 9 of our staff report, I just wanted to just get assurance that all the deficiencies and the information that was incomplete was cured. There's just some pretty, I think, serious inadequacy. So I just want to make sure that that information was all provided and the deficiencies were cured moving forward.
Yes, as a renewal petition, the process does allow for petitioners to get a letter, a formal letter from the district about all of the concerns and deficiencies that we see in the petition. And they do have about a week to provide a written response. And I will say that NJB, they did provide a resolution for all of our concerns, great and small.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Wu.
Thank you, Member Ryan. I was here also 5 years ago, and I can't believe it's already been 5 years. I do recall, though, that I voted no 5 years ago because I didn't think that 1 year to plan to open up a charter was sufficient, and I wanted them to go another year to continue on the planning. But seeing that how successful you have been these past 5 years, I'm going to second Member Pritchard's motion to approve Resolution 3067 and 3067 only.
Okay, and we had a second?
That was a second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Our
Preferential
student
vote.
preferential vote.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstained? The motion carries. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Okay. So now we're going to be moving backwards in the agenda for a moment. Just Student Board Member Halbo, my apologies, but since we didn't record your preferential vote on item 7.1, the approval of the resolution for National Women's Day,
Aye.
you aye. On item 7.2, the approval of Cesar Chavez Service Learning Day.
Aye.
And then finally, the African American Achievement Task Force preliminary recommendation approval.
That's not an action item.
That was
Oh, sorry, that was
information.
Okay.
It would have been 9.1.
9.1, the approval on the fiscal recovery plan.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Moving on to item 9.2, resolution number 3073, resolution in the event of a concerted refusal to work by employees, presented by Raul Bozio, Dulcinea, and Kansi McKern.
Thank you, President Ryan. Good evening, President Ryan and Superintendent Aguilar and board. We are here to present the resolution in the event of a concerted refusal to work by employees. Of course, in light of the announcement last week by SCTA regarding the authorization of a strike vote.
Yeah, they did.
Should, quote, Superintendent Aguilar, Board President Ryan, and the district persist in their unlawful behavior and avoid taking measures to correct their unlawful behavior. So tonight, we are bringing forward this resolution to prepare in the event that such a strike were to occur. Let me see. A little bit of background on strikes in general here. Of course, there are two kinds of strikes that are recognized in school districts. Number one is the negotiations-related strike, aka post-impasse or fact-finding strike. And the second is the unfair practice strike, which is what we are apparently dealing with currently at hand. The post-impasse fact-finding strike, the parties to negotiations have an obligation to negotiate in good faith throughout the bargaining process until all applicable impasse procedures are exhausted. Then the parties would enter the impasse process, which involves the following steps: declaration of impasse, mediation, fact-finding report through PERB, of course, possible imposition of terms by a school district, and possible strike by the bargaining unit. An unfair labor practice strike, which is, again, apparently what SETA has been referring to, involves a strike activity that's initiated in whole or in part in response to an alleged unfair labor practice committed by an employer. The union must show, importantly, right, the union must show a causal connection between the employer's action and the strike, meaning that the employer committed an unfair practice and the employer's unfair practice provoked the strike. As such, the resolution that we have brought forward to the board tonight is again to prepare for that event, if that were to occur. And consistent with the applicable Ed Code and government code provisions, our district existing policies and regulations, specifically policy in Reg 4141.6, concerted action, work stoppage, provides specifically, when feasible, the board desires to keep schools operating during any work stoppage. The superintendent or designee shall take steps necessary in order to help ensure the safety of students, staff, and district property during a work stoppage. The board recognizes that preparation is necessary to reduce disruption during a work stoppage and to ensure that students receive the education to which they are entitled. The board believes that employees shall be held accountable for their behavior during any labor dispute. The district may take disciplinary action against employees, taking into account the seriousness of the behavior and the district's efforts to rebuild relations following the withholding of services by employees. So with that policy language as well as the regulation, the resolution that is brought before you is attempting to follow that policy language and ensure that the district is prepared in the event of a strike by one of our labor partners. The resolution, as you'll see throughout, essentially delegates the power to the superintendent, the power of the board to ratify, enter into contracts which he deems are necessary to ensure the continuing operation of schools in a safe manner, ensure that students are provided with the educations to which they are entitled. Essentially, the superintendent is delegated the power of the board to ensure that any actions that he deems necessary in order to achieve those ends are taken. Some of the particulars of the resolution involve the hiring of emergency replacement teachers. Again, any decision that a particular school or facility might need to be closed or an activity might need to be suspended, an extracurricular event or a sport type of activity and that sort of thing. And the resolution, of course, talks about the types of requirements for an employee who may be submitting an excused leave due to illness, the types of requirements for that. And again, the sorts of contracts and steps that the superintendent may take to ensure the safety of school sites, securing security services, and so on and so forth. Ms. McCarn, our Chief Officer of Human Resources, can speak a little bit more to some of the steps that the district is taking, specifically along those lines, to hire qualified emergency replacements if needed, and to make sure that district staff cover any situation that might be needed at a particular site during a strike.
Thank you. Some of the things the district would need to do to prepare include, a big portion of it would include hiring emergency replacement teachers. Our current substitutes are part of the SETA bargaining unit, thus making it a little tricky and making us a little unique in that way. So in going out to recruit and onboard emergency replacement teachers, ensure that they are appropriately vetted, fingerprinted, go through mandatory training, go through training on curriculum, materials and what they would need for that, as well as employing other temporary adults on campus. So increasing our campus monitor pool, increasing our instructional aid pool, things like that. In addition to contracts such as security on campuses to ensure that the resolution could be carried out. We're happy to, I guess maybe the last thing that I would say on that end is that we would also be looking to deploy central office staff, whether they are certificated or classified, to school sites to help support the work taking place there. So with that, I think we're happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any public comments on this item?
One card, Nikki Molesky.
I believe she left. Okay. Nikki Mlesky going once, twice? Nope. Looks like she's not here. Board Member Fang.
Thank you, Mr. Bauzio. I just had some questions regarding the resolution. How early, what's the protocol around informing the district when if I'm a union to take a strike? Like, how early what's the timeline on that?
Yeah, generally speaking, there is some notice requirement, somewhere in the range of 48 to 72 hours, probably minimum is what is what we would expect is provided.
Okay. Given the financial crisis that we're in, what's the implication? What's the financial implication if we were to pass this resolution? Do our teachers get paid when they strike? How do we determine the cost for substitute if this is something that we want to move forward? Could you speak on that?
Okay. Well, strictly speaking, from the resolution itself, there's no cost, right? But your question is regarding, the impact of a strike, and certainly the impact of a strike would come with a significant cost to the district, primarily presuming the loss of ADA if students' attendance were to drop significantly. We, generally speaking, a district would not pay their teachers who are out on strike. So there's some sort of offset there between loss of ADA and loss of or the reduction in salary payments. Did I answer your question?
Yeah. And then for safety reason, what is the board's legal obligation, to keep our schools open during a strike? Do we have that option?
And that is what the resolution calls for. That is what our policies call for. That is our definitely our prerogative. The superintendent under the resolution, has that power to make that call. Generally speaking, that is what our policy calls for, to keep the schools open. We, of course, have a duty once we keep our schools open to maintain a safe environment. So that's one of the primary considerations for this resolution and for any action we would be taking is to maintain that safe environment. How do we do that if we're going to keep schools open?
Okay. My other question is, because I'm just learning about the different types of strike, is in this in particular, you're saying that SETA is striking because of unfair practice strike. Is that correct? That's their rationale?
That's their rationale as far as we understand it today.
And have those unfair practices been shared with the district? Have SETA shared those with the district?
There's been some communication through their press conference and through some correspondence. It's pretty general, and we're trying to analyze exactly what they're referring to and what they mean. But we have some ideas with that in that regard.
I just want to share, I meet with the union monthly because I think open communication is incredibly important. And I was shared, union leadership did share a letter with me that was sent to superintendent on March 15th regarding having a meeting to discuss with the district opportunity to cur its unlawful actions. And they had requests to meet on March 26th and March 28th. I have this letter here, and I think, Superintendent, you may have received it. And this question is actually directed to the superintendent. Have you responded to this letter yet? That's the first question, yeah.
Yes, we have, Member Vang. We responded to that letter yesterday afternoon at about 6 o'clock.
Okay. I think it's incredibly important that we do everything we possibly can to avert a strike. And I know from my conversation with teachers and the union that no teachers want to strike. I also know that for a lot of my students and families in Area 5, in Meadowview and Florin Road, oftentimes the only meals they get during the day is the meals they receive from our schools. And so for me, it's absolutely important that we keep our schools open. And so, again, I think I would urge superintendent for you to, I hope that you can meet with the union to discuss their concerns around unfair practices and so that we can avert this strike because I know it would impact our students, our district. Also, you know, our students know our teachers, right? And I think it would also be really, I mean, it's going to take years to heal if we end up having a strike. And so I'm urging the board and the superintendent to do what we can to avert this strike. Thank you.
Board Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. I do have several questions. One going to the cost analysis of what it means for our district. I'm just wondering if you've done a cost analysis, how much revenue do we lose? Does that accelerate our insolvency? Does it mean that we have to go back to the drawing board and find additional cost savings? So, and would we get any numbers or any information moving forward?
That analysis is definitely being done, and some preliminary analysis has been done. So the answer is yes, and yes, we would certainly be sharing that with the board once it's further refined. But I think ultimately to your question, depending on the amount of student attendance, certainly revenue would be impacted, and so it depends on. You're saving money by not paying the teachers who are on strike. So how many teachers go on strike and how many students show up for school? And there's that equation there. But certainly there's the risk that it could heighten or increase our deficit issues.
So would that fiscal impact be felt in 18-19 or 19-20?
I can't really speak exactly to, probably in future years. With Dulcinea.
Hi, I'm Dulcinea Grantham, legal counsel through the district. So in terms of the where the costs are felt, you're going to feel those costs in terms of some of the revenue that you would potentially see in 19-20. It can also potentially impact attendance calculations on which your future funding is based. And so when we look at strikes, there's the immediate cost in terms of students aren't coming to school, so money is not being generated. Maybe that's offset to some extent by savings, by not paying some employees, but you are paying substitutes or replacement teachers to cover for those employees. But it can have an impact on your daily attendance count for future years, which is what generates your funding formula in 19-20 and out years.
Okay, and in terms of, I mean, I just can't imagine that you can backfill for however many teachers decide to participate in the strike. So I'm just wondering how the district determines which sites to fully staff which sites maybe to partially staff, just depending, I just don't know what the analysis is.
Yeah, I mean, it is difficult. It's very difficult because in most cases, you don't know until the day of. And we have to prepare based on assuming a certain percentage level. So what we do is look at each school, staff a portion of that school, and then have kind of crews ready to go centrally to be deployed at whatever school might be needed given the specific day. And so it would all need to be monitored on an hourly basis in most cases.
Wow. Okay, just a couple more questions. So, and that fluctuation of daily attendance also has an impact on the on-site after-school programs. I know at my girls' school, if they don't go to school, they wouldn't be able to use the program during the school hours. It's only available before or after school, so it's really not an option for working parents even to consider using those after-school programs. But I wanted to just learn maybe how we work with our after-school program, before and after-school programs in terms of preparing with them, since they serve the same kids that we educate.
Yeah, should the resolution be approved and we move forward with that? In recent experience, we did do exactly that. We engage with all of our after-school providers. Some of them are third-party providers. Some of them are with our own youth development department. But those conversations have to take place so that we have a sense of what the reality will look like for that school if there happened to be a work stoppage. So all of those conversations, both before, after, have to be had.
And just two more questions. So in terms of learning time for kids, they lose this learning time because of the strike, and for parents who choose not to take their kids to school, or even the kids who are at school, I mean, it's a completely different learning environment. Do they get those days back?
So they don't necessarily get the days back. What we do try to do in onboarding our emergency replacement teachers and working with the curriculum and instruction office is, as they go through their onboarding process, which includes, in addition to some mandatory training, some training specifically around the instructional materials. So special instructional materials are ordered for a potential work stoppage, deployed to sites, and the people coming in are trained specifically on that so that there is some level of consistency across the district with what they should be learning. But you're right, we can't get back those days. We have to, move forward and prepare the best that we can.
What happens to the class size? Do we still honor the K to third grade? I don't know. I mean, what happens? Are we going to have kindergarten classes that are like 30 kids in order to balance the few
What
subs?
we will be doing is working hard to ensure safety and some level of learning is still taking place. And so what that looks like at different schools on different dates, depending who shows up, both within the student population and the adults on campus, what that might look like. So it will be site by site based on attendance, and it will be monitored on an hourly basis.
And my last question. What happens if the resolution is not adopted?
Then the superintendent is not given the authority to implement emergency procedures, one of which would be getting replacement teachers at the salary noted in there. Another one related to contracts, to ensuring that we have enough adults on campus to ensure safety. Those things couldn't take place, and we would have to work within the constraints that we have. Again, our substitutes are part of the bargaining unit, so it would be impossible, near impossible, for us to fill enough positions to ensure that we had everything covered if we are not able to utilize some sort of emergency teachers.
Thank you.
Board Member Wu.
Thank you, President Ryan. I have a few questions. I've seen this resolution before with a different date and a different number. But in looking at page 2, employee participation in strike, and then it says, be it further resolved that all unauthorized absences shall result in the deduction of salary and paid benefits for each day of absence. I know what salary is. What paid benefits are we referring to?
Sorry, I'm just trying to find where you are.
Just page 2, 2/3 the way down, under the heading Employee Participation in Strike.
First sentence under that.
So,
Yes.
so I believe it's not referring to health benefits. It's referring to, pension credits, your years of service credits, and that sort of thing can be impacted by not attending work.
And so how many days will they not show up for work before the serious impact to their pension?
I'll have to do some research and get back to you.
Thank you.
Board Member Wu.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
At the top of the page, Superintendent, the second line is when a work stoppage is imminent or at any other time the superintendent deems the situation warrants such emergency action. Is there a definition for emergency superintendent? I hadn't found one within the resolution, so I was wondering what might, in your mind, trigger taking action, other than the work stoppage that is ordered by the union partners. Pardon me? No, it's how many times have you been blind?
I mean, that there could be other situations, such as noted on the first place, if there was a sick out or not necessarily just the work stoppage in and of itself, what we think of as a strike, but there are other ways as well in which our schools could be significantly impacted by concerted efforts. And so we would want to ensure that the superintendent, the district, had the ability to respond appropriately to ensure safety first and as much of a learning experience as we can.
Okay, would we be notified, we, the board members, as well as the parents, be notified when such an emergency is declared?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Then my last question. My last question is on the next page. Be it further resolved in order that superintendent is hereby authorized to allow in his discretion the use of volunteers at any school facility during an emergency. These volunteers will be under the direction of a credentialed employee. All volunteers shall receive clear instructions regarding their responsibilities, and the use and work performed by volunteers shall be in conformance with all applicable laws and regulations. Does that mean that these volunteers would already be live scanned? Would they be holding certificates of clearance in order to be able to come on campus?
Yes, that would be our practice, most definitely, to make sure people have passed background clearance.
And so, given that a work stoppage could come with only 48 hours of warning, how long does it take to clear volunteers in preparation for that particular work stoppage? That's the question I'm leading up to.
And I know Council can speak to that timeline. I would say we have a pretty fair-sized bank of volunteers currently that have already passed the lives, because we do have a pretty rigorous standard where we require most parent volunteers in just about every situation, and all volunteers really, to pass the live scan. But
okay. Thank you.
Okay.
I need to ask for a motion to extend the board meeting to 11:30. Second?
11:30.
All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Let's try and finish it by 11:30. Board Member Minnick, and then finally Board Member Morowski.
Thank you. All right, I'll talk fast. Just a couple questions. So one thing you mentioned in terms of hiring emergency substitutes, we call them emergency substitutes, emergency staffing, is the fact that our existing pool of substitutes are members of SETA, which is the bargaining unit that's threatening to strike us. So we don't have access to them, which would be easier because, we could just, plug them in, right? So it seems like there's then a substantial cost then, not only because we have to pay them, these emergency salaries, but just the onboarding cost of getting these people up to speed. Can you speak to that? And then the other part to that is how common is that? Because you said it's, we're kind of atypical in that matter. How common is that for all the permanent teachers and the substitutes to be in the same bargaining unit, essentially causing this potential problem?
Yes, I mean, first speaking to the onboarding process, it is a lot of staff time to ensure that the emergency replacement teachers would be ready, because there is not just the fingerprinting part of it. There is the onboarding in terms of additional training, the mandatory training that they're required to receive, and then additionally, individuals from our curriculum and instruction office would be giving trainings on the curriculum so that they would be ready to go and implement that at a school site, as well as the coordinating of the deployment, right, of current employees in the central office who would go out and be at sites. So certainly a time and cost factor there. In terms of how many other districts in the state, I'm not sure of how many, but I can't imagine that there are more than a few.
Yeah, it's not common. There are other districts that do have substitutes as part of the certificated bargaining unit, but it's certainly a minority of districts that do that. It's not a common practice. Often and more regularly, substitutes are not part of the certificated bargaining unit. They're unrepresented.
Okay, thanks. And then my other question, kind of separate question, and it relates to the third bullet on the screen there. It talks about to make necessary preparations to make sure our students receive the education which they're entitled. I talked to some folks who work for an organization that provides third-party services, direct service, educational services to students in the Oakland Unified School District. And so they had every intention of coming to work because we know that, especially during a strike like this, when Oakland was on strike, these might be the only consistent faces that these kids see and the only kind of consistent educational opportunities that they have because they've been working with these kids already. And then what happened was these organizations sent their staff into these schools and were threatened with violence from the people picketing. Now, I'm not suggesting that our teachers would threaten violence against people trying to come into the school, but I also know that when strikes happen, sometimes people join in the picketing that are not members of the striking group. And so my question, so this brings me to my question of that bullet point is, I'm wondering, does this give authority to start making plans, expending resources necessary to ensure that our kids, our substitutes, our third-party service providers are all safe? Because I'd hate to have us, go through all this trouble so that we can keep these schools open so these kids have a safe place to go and learn, and then have people turn away for fear of their own personal safety. So I want to find out if would that be covered in this resolution?
Yeah, I mean, the ability to enter into contracts, such as what you're describing, to ensure that there are enough adults on campus to help with that safety component is one example of something this resolution would allow.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make, because I'd hate for that to, not only would these kids not have their normal teachers, but then not have their other support services because, an organization has to decide to protect their employees first. So, all right, thanks. That's all.
Thank you. So I know that Board Member Wu is ready to make a motion. Before he does, I just want to say, obviously, this is sobering action to have to take, but necessary in preparation in light of SCTA's announcement on Friday. Certainly, I think we've heard repeatedly that a strike would not be good for our families, our students, would potentially set the district on a path towards fiscal insolvency and state takeover at an expedited rate. With that being said, we have to do what we can to ensure that we prepare while continuing to work diligently to avoid this very difficult, very disruptive, and detrimental to the long-term health of the district option of a strike. And so with that, I will call for a motion to adopt the resolution. This does not require a student preferential vote.
I move resolution number 3073 on a roll call vote.
Board Member Morowski has another question. Did that come in after?
Our light was on earlier.
Huh, it wasn't even up.
My light was
Okay.
on and it somehow it must have flipped off. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'll try to be quick. Thank you. So I wanted to ask if you could explain sort of the legal background of I know there's like constitutional rights that our students have to an education and so forth. So how does that play into this? I mean, we're obligated to provide an education for our students, correct? Legally.
So just going to the question, yes, you're constitutionally obligated to provide an education to students. Students have to have access to their education. And so in this type of situation, you don't really have an option of just shutting down the school district. So your job is to try to do everything you can to keep your schools open and to continue to provide educational opportunities for students and for those students that have specific needs, whether they are educational or health related, continue to provide those services. And so that's part of the preparation is you can't keep your schools open if you don't do the necessary preparation.
Okay, appreciate that.
And I'll just add to that because I think Dulcinea brought up a really important point. Part of our preparations, a lot of our preparations in the past and will currently be making sure that all the school sites and all the personnel at every site have the students' IEP plans and 504 plans and any other health information that they need. And that's a big part of our planning. And
Thank you. And the right to strike is very important in general, you know, and just for our labor unions. Of course, you know, it's not anyone's preferred option, I think. And I just wanted to ask, I'm a little bit less familiar with it, like the unfair practices strike. And is it common? Are there, you know, has this happened before? Are there other, if you could speak quickly to the maybe other options that are available remedies for unfair practices? Like, I have to think that a strike is not something that anyone really wants, you know, if there are other ways to solve whatever the problem is.
So the California Public Employment Relations Board, which oversees the relationships between employers and employee organization, provides a recourse for employers or employee organizations to file unfair practice charges. So if somebody believes an unfair practice is happening, then they can go to the Public Employment Relations Board, file a claim, and have their claim addressed through that process. And so that's available. Unfair practice strikes are, I would say, pretty unusual. They are not the strikes that you've heard about in the news. Oakland was not an unfair practice strike. That was a labor negotiation strike. LA Unified was a labor negotiation strike. Unfair practice strikes don't happen that often because the threshold that has to be met is a high threshold. It's not just that there's an unfair practice or practices, but that the only recourse available to correct those unfair practices is to strike. And so when the Public Employment Relations Board looks at whether a strike is appropriate, if an employer challenges it, that's the test that they put the rationale for the strike through. That answer the question?
Okay, so an unfair practice could be filed and go through the Public Employee Relations Board process, or is there like arbitration or what? So there's other remedies available depending on what the unfair practice is.
So the Public Employment Relations Board has a process. A filing gets made, a response gets made to the filing. A settlement conference is almost always required, so the parties go through a settlement conference. If after all of that, it can't be resolved, then there's a hearing, and both sides get to present their evidence, and then a decision is reached. So there is, essentially a quasi-judicial process by which unfair practices can be filed, addressed, and potentially resolved.
Okay, thank you. I had one final quick question, hopefully, on, there's on page 2, there's a provision about student grades given during the emergency will stand as recorded and will not be made up or modified at the end of the emergency. Can you speak to the necessity of that piece?
I think the intent of that language is that in the event the strike occurs at a time that student grades have to be issued, the replacement teacher may be the one who is issuing the grade. And to the extent that the teacher of record comes back to work after the strike is over and doesn't agree with the grade, this is essentially trying to address that issue by saying students aren't going to be in limbo. If the replacement teacher has to issue the grade, that grade is going to stand. Replacement teacher's grade goes because they were the teacher of record at the time, even when the teacher of record actually comes back. So I think it's intended to try to provide as much certainty and stability to students and student grades as possible.
Okay, and it wouldn't, it wouldn't really be done in from a practical matter unless it really had to be? I guess there's certain deadlines and college applications and so forth. That you may run into student grades need to be issued, but.
Yeah, I would assume from the district standpoint, as much as it could, it would prefer that the teacher of record assign a grade. However, if that was going to potentially put the student at risk of missing certain deadlines, or if a grading period was up, there may not be any choice.
Okay, thank you.
I know that Board Member Pritchett wants to make a second. I do want to just very quickly ask one question. I promise it will be very, very quick. I am concerned because I have heard that there have been inquiries around the census date whereby our ADA would be determined for out years. And if, in fact, there were to be a choice to strike around that date, it could impact our enrollment funding for next year and beyond. Can you speak very briefly to that?
Yes. So school districts by law are required to, they have attendance reporting period, and what's called the P2 attendance reporting period happens in the spring. The P2 reporting deadline varies by districts, but usually it's March or April. And that P2 reported attendance is the basis for your subsequent year's funding. So if you have X number of attendance reported during that time, that's what the state uses to determine the funding for the subsequent year. And so in the event that there's a strike that drives that attendance down and affects that reporting, it hits you in that next year and affects your funding because the attendance was driven down by the strike. So it becomes a very timing of strikes and student attendance during strikes become really critical because of the potential to affect out year funding.
So the potential would be if we were to strike in that census date, then we had 40% of all total students show up. Then potentially for next year's funding, we could be funded at a much lower attendance rate based upon that census.
Yes, at a lower rate based upon that census.
That is gravely concerning to me. On top of all of the other myriad reasons we've just articulated, a strike would hurt families, the district, and move us closer to receivership. With that, we have a motion and a second. All those.
Actually, I had like 5 questions. No, I'm just playing. I'll second it.
All those in favor? We're going to take a roll call vote for this.
Member Garcia.
Aye.
Member Morowski.
Aye.
Member Minnick.
Yes.
Member Pritchett.
Yes.
Member Ryan.
Yes.
Member Vang?
Aye.
Member Wu?
Aye.
7-0.
Thank you.
So we have one final item for the evening before moving on to the consent agenda and receiving business reports. Item 9.3, the Local Control and Accountability Plan Annual Update. Thank you to those who have stayed on such a late night to be a part of this conversation. We deeply appreciate your service on the LCAP Parent Advisory Committee and the work of the staff.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, Board Member Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vincent Harris. I'm the Chief Continuous Improvement Accountability Officer. I'm joined by Ms. Morrison, our SIPSA LCAP Coordinator, and Gloria Chung from our Budget Office. We're excited this evening to present to you the LCAP Annual Update. What's important about this presentation is that, of course, obviously the LCAP's been a strategic document for the district over the last several years, and tonight we'll give you a status update, but equally important, we'll actually give the board a sense of some of your direction over the past year, particularly in terms of making the LCAP much more integrated with budget and the SIPSA process. So you'll see very concretely how we're moving forward in that work, and then also some other improvement updates that directly tie to board feedback, specifically student engagement. So tonight you'll hear some of the specific work that's been done to engage and enlist more student voice in the LCAP process. In terms of the annual update, basically that is something that's given as guidance from our county office. It's something that we do, and so that's really what tonight will offer this opportunity for you to just see where we stand on an estimated basis with some of our LCAP spending. We'll briefly review the goals, reviewing some of our expenditures as well. And then as we think about, the essence of really where the LCAP and budget and SIPS all intersect, this is really an important milestone for us because as we think about the planning processes for the district, obviously the budget is mission critical and has been a key topic for tonight. But really when we think about the work of the district, it basically manifests in both our site plans and in our district plans through the LCAP. And so we've shown this graphic to you now several times, really an attempt to try and reinforce the work of staff to make these all kind of a cogent, seamless process in which our budget really actualizes our plans. And so you see ultimately the student orientation of our work really through the LCAP and of course through our site plans as well. And all of that then gets integrated in how we talk about our budget versus the budget being a separate process, the school site planning process being separate, and the LCAP being separate. In a broad sense, the LCAP covers really the fundamental goals of all school districts in terms of this notion of college and career readiness for students, being life-ready graduates, the notion of being safe in school and emotionally healthy, empowering our families, and then ultimately efficient operational excellence. SCOE provides guidance in terms of how we should stage our overall LCAP process, and you'll see that basically this update is coming to you within the window that SCOE generally recommends that districts provide a public update on the annual update on the LCAP. And so that's really why we're doing this specifically tonight at this board meeting. As we start talking about the financials within the LCAP, we'll start with just giving you a quick summary of our supplemental and concentration funds. These are obviously most important as we talk about our students tonight, and certainly our students who are most at risk in terms of being LCFF designated. And obviously in terms of this funding, this is specifically funding earmarked to support those students above and beyond the base funding that districts receive. With that, I'll transition the presentation to Ms. Morrison, who will give you a greater sense of other funds, but also most importantly, some of the process improvements that have been underway this school year specifically to strengthen the LCAP budget and SIPSA connections.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, board members, Superintendent. I'm Kathy Morrison, LCAP and SIPSA Coordinator. The next four slides are a snapshot of the LCAP planned and estimated actual expenditures by goal. There are four categories in which we have grouped the funds. We have our general funds, the supplemental and concentration funds that Mr. Harris just mentioned, federal funds identified as Title I, II, and III, and then grant or other funds. The draft of estimated actual expenditures was included with the board packet, and it is a work in progress. We are also simultaneously working with department heads and program managers who are working with LCAP actions to receive a narrative of the implementation of their action, and will receive a corresponding report that will go into the LCAP as well. This is a new process that we started last year and brought a lot of detail and richness to the LCAP. As Vincent said, this work is ongoing through the end of March, when we will provide a draft to SCOE for their consultation. It's not a final at all. It just gives us some guidance as to whether we've hit all their expectations. So here you see that Goal 1 is the largest investment in the LCAP, with a focus on providing actions and services that support college, career, and life readiness, such as class size reduction, our academic counselors, and career technical education. At a summative level, the estimated actual expenditures in Goal 1 are within just about 1% of what was planned. The actions in Goal 2 are those that support our students' health, emotional and physical wellness, and promote positive school climate. So in this goal, we see things such as school nurses, social emotional learning, and expanded learning activities. And in this goal, again, at a summative level, the estimated actual expenditures are about 4% below what was planned. And Goal 3, which is around family and community empowerment, contains actions that increase parent capacity, building their knowledge and advocacy skills so that they can be empowered to support their children academically. And the principal items funded here are the Parent Resource Center staff, the Matriculation and Orientation Center, translators and assessors, and parent-teacher home visits. And in this goal, the estimated actual expenditures are within about 3%. Finally, Goal 4, operational excellence, had just a couple of funded items. They were our Illuminate software that frames our assessments, and Tableau software that provides visual data displays such as the budget dashboard. And for this small area, the Tableau contract was lower than anticipated, and we noted upon putting this together that the requisition was actually written in general fund instead of supplemental concentration. So this is how it appears right now. What I really want to hopefully tell you about is some of the process changes that we've implemented this year that are very, very promising. First of all, we have a committee. It's the LCAP Escape Indicator Committee, and I just want to acknowledge that I think all of the key players in the committee are here tonight. It is a multi-departmental effort, and what we are doing is collaborating to utilize the Escape financial software and connect that to all of our planned actions and expenditures in the LCAP. So it is all-encompassing. We'll see all expenditures from personnel to materials included, all sites that generate requisitions, and personnel who manage and enter LCAP-funded employees will be impacted. But we really believe that this new process that the committee is working on together will clearly connect expenditures to the district priorities and show a return on investment. This is another process change, but at the beginning of this year, state education code changed so that our school plans, the SIPSAs, were required to reference the California School Dashboard in their needs assessment. So in the site budgeting process, we've asked principals or site leaders to identify in one area where they see FTE aligning to a dashboard priority. And again, we're just focusing on building the alignment of the LCAP budget and SIPSA.
Excuse me, Ms. Morrison. Can I just ask Elliot very quickly, Mr. Lopez, if you can give a more specific description of this idea that we would tie our escape financial system to the ability to understand expenditures in the LCAP, and what does that involve? And of course, they're a vendor, and why are they interested? Why are we interested, et cetera?
Absolutely. We understand that one of the key pieces in integrating the LCAP and the SIPSA with our budget planning process is really being able to monitor in as close to real time as possible how our intentions, as they're being articulated in the SIPSas and the LCAPs, actually materialize. And one key way to do that is to look at where we're putting our money. And what we have done is approached our fiscal system vendor, Escape, who has agreed to rewrite a component of their software to build into their software the ability to now track at the individual detailed expenditure level any series of indicators that we create, in this case, all of the LCAP sub-goals. So effectively, what we will be able to do once this is implemented is to be able to tag all of our expenditures against the LCAP goals for which they are intended to have some effect, and monitor that and report on that at a very detailed level.
So, thank you. That's more technical than I can get. Again, another step toward fiscal transparency is the new budget dashboard, which is just building our stakeholder capacity to understand how we're using our funds. Now, some other updates I'd like to briefly let you know about is with the LCAP Parent Advisory Committee. They have been, throughout the year, learning about topics they had interest in, and now we've reached the point in the year where they've expressed their priorities, and now they are beginning to write their recommendations to the superintendent and the board. And we are planning that this will be complete probably within about the next 2 weeks, which is much earlier than typically is provided. But the committee felt that by providing the information in June is a little bit late. The draft is already out. So we're getting a jump on providing PAC advice. We also, annually, we have been doing a post-evaluation of how the committee functioned and how the topics went and whether the facilitation was effective. And this year now, we're doing a self-evaluation of the work as a team. So we've taken one kind of toe dip into how are we doing as a team? Do we understand the roles? Do we have good routines? And then we'll repeat that again in June. So that's the self-evaluation you see here. For student engagement, there are a few things that I could describe briefly. One, we have a student intern from the Met working in the LCAP department who has been helping quite a bit with communication. And so translating the type of things that I need to communicate about the LCAP into language that is student-friendly and then by extension parent-friendly. So one project that he really just caught on was he translated the California School Dashboard measures into a one-sheet description of our district challenges, our district successes, so we have something that we can share out with parents. And honestly, he actually did an analysis on which of our student groups were faring better than others, such as what is asked for in the sorry, I'm really tired, in the opening parts of the LCAP. So we also have a really fabulous youth participatory action research project taking place that's headed up by the Student Advisory Council. And I met with them yesterday and saw their preliminary report, which I don't want to steal any airtime on, but it is really going to be really impressive. They've done lots of outreach, 1,200 students surveyed, and a number of focus groups. My intern and I have done 2 focus groups and have planned at least 2 others. So we're going to see a lot more student voice in the LCAP this year. And I expect we're over time, I'm sorry. So wrapping up, we're basically looking for that LCAP PAC feedback, and also DLAC. We'll be at the DLAC meeting next week to get feedback from that committee. Student Advisory Committee report, they're teeing up to have it ready end of March. Our schools are drafting their SIPSAs, and we will be sharing the first draft of the LCAP May 2nd in anticipation of the June public hearing and adoption. So, thank you.
And we need to extend the time once more, unfortunately. I'm going to go ahead and extend it by 15 minutes to 11:45. Second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Member Pritchett, followed by Member Garcia.
We have a public
Oh,
comment.
sorry, do we have public comments?
Do.
We do, from our LCAT
Only.
Parent Advisory Committee members who have waited so long this evening. Thank you, Cecile.
One of the things that I noticed on the worksheet that is here, and it is in reference to a statement that trustee, or subject matter that trustee Wu brought up a little bit earlier, talking about the Title II. And on the Title II, what I see here in the plan is that Title II has been primarily used for the class size reduction of the 9th grade. I don't know if anybody can see that, but one of the things that I was thinking about with that, because most districts are no longer funding that 9th grade class size reduction, it has been not one of the more effective programs. That amount of money, however, is allowed for, Title II is called Preparing, Training, and Recruiting High-Quality Teachers and Principals. And it states the purpose of this of this part is to provide grants to the local educational agencies to increase student academic achievement through strategies such as improving teacher and principal quality. That sounded to me very much like professional development. This would be an excellent use of those funds should they continue, hopefully they will, in the future, especially when it comes to professional development for that cultural diversity. I know when we brought it up last year, there was only about 200,000 or 300,000. Right. You mentioned at that time that it would be 1.2 million just to do the certificated. Well, this is 1.8. It could do the certificated, and it could still have money left over to do much of the other staff. This would be an excellent source. It would not impact the general fund. It would not increase that deficit spending. These are federal dollars, so it could be earmarked specifically for that. So it's something that I hope that the board will perhaps consider, or direct staff to really consider and take a look at.
Thank you, Cecile. We appreciate that. Do we have any questions or comments from board members? Board Member Pritchett, followed by Board Member Morowski.
Thank you, President Ryan, and thank you for this presentation. I just have a really quick question in regards to the LCAP PAC. When they come back to do their recommendations to the board, is it going to be in their own words? Or you guys, I get my real, like, I'm trying to figure out, is it going to be like something that they're putting forward, or are you guys kind of taking what they're saying and then forming it and then presenting it to the board?
It's always been in their own words, but this year, another process that I haven't described yet is we are placing all of the documents in Google Drive by month. And so what you would see if you looked in the March folder is a chart where their words are typed in. They did a lot of work around their priorities and studying, and wrote notes on chart paper that's recorded.
Okay, the reason why I ask is because, our LCAP reps had, my LCAP reps, both of them had reached out to me, and there was some concern around that. The presentations were things that you guys presented and had them approve, right? And so I just want to make sure that their voices are being heard and that we're hearing their own words. And then will they be presenting at the next board meeting?
We are still talking about, we would invite PAC members to come to any board meeting, and I think involving community members in the presentation would be impactful, so.
Which presentation are they, do you know, that they're presenting on it?
Honestly, I don't want to say we haven't.
I'm not aware of any presentation outside the monthly that they normally do. Potentially, we obviously would incorporate them in the preliminary and then the final LCAP PAC recommendations to the board. But I don't think there's a presentation that's
Okay,
scheduled for.
both of
that
my reps
session.
told me that they were asked to come to the April board meeting, so.
There's the regular board communication, and so at the end of each meeting, we say who would like to come speak at the board meeting. We would like to request a volunteer, so it sounds like a misunderstanding.
Okay.
Member Pritchett, if I can just mention that I have scheduled, I believe, a meeting with our new LPAC PAC members for April 29th, I believe, just to get a sense from our newest PAC members, how they're feeling about this process. And so I will report back to the board on that meeting.
I think that would be good. Yeah. Board Member Morowski.
Thank you. Just wanted to very quickly say I appreciate the work in integrating the LCAP, SIPSA, and budget, and look forward to having more discussions about that and learning more about that process. Thank you.
Vice President Wu.
Thank you, President Ryan. I just want to thank you again for such a thorough presentation, but I do have one question, and that is, in developing the LCAP every year, the expenditures are supposed to be tied to outcome improvements. And so you're supposed to be able to articulate some degree of improvement that you're going to expect with this level of funding. And when will we start seeing whether or not those results have in fact panned out?
So, Board Member Wu, to your question, that's ultimately the power of the ESCAPE project that Mr. Lopez described. Because ultimately, the associations will actually draw to student actions through our Performance and Target Action Index. So, for example, we'll be able to track an expenditure specifically about moving students potentially from borderline to redesignated, or expenditures that are specifically targeted to improve chronic absenteeism. When we have that level of detail, we'll be able to do very specific return on investment analysis. And so that project actually will give us the ability to have a concrete way of making direct associations between this expense and this student outcome. As Ms. Morrison described, a starter for that process is actually the staffing allocation process that you saw on the Unstop, where we took staffing decisions and actually allocate them to California dashboard measures. Building on that work, we'll be able to actually answer those kind of questions very concretely.
Excellent, because that wasn't clear to me in Elliot's software speak explanation. So, I mean, this is exactly the purpose for which the LCAP funds are to be used, the identification and target of benefits from those targeted expenditures, and then we can see whether or not, in fact, the targeted money is getting the outcome that we desire. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Vice President Wu. Board Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. So I just have a couple of questions. One of the FICMAT findings was that there was no strong alignment between the LCAP and the budget. And is ESCAPE sort of the way to correct that? Or where are we at with aligning our LCAP with our budget?
And so I'd say there's multiple steps in that process, Board Member Garcia. One is the one-stop process, being intentional about staffing decisions, tying those to the California dashboard, because that directly ties to our LCAP. I'd say the ESCAPE project is a big one because it's going to be probably the most granular way that we'll make those connections. But also process-wise, we meet regularly now with the budget team to just talk about expenditures in the short term until the escape project's up and running. Now we're being much more intentional about meeting with the budget office to say, so where are the expenditures landing in the LCAP versus budget, so that we have intentional conversations about trying to reconcile things, not as an event, but as an ongoing way to improve being able to answer questions specifically about how are the LCAP projects going. But really the escape project is probably our biggest opportunity to be the most concrete with resolving that thick finding.
Okay, well, but it's good to hear that you're talking to each other.
Right.
Yes, you need to. Let's see, this second question is, just moving forward as we're addressing this fiscal crisis and we have to find savings, how does that affect the development of the LCAP and the timeline? And I'm just trying to figure out if it's going to be changed in order to reflect the lower level of resources. Then does the LCAP committee have those conversations? Is the LCAP modified, amended, and does it come back to the board? So I'm just trying to figure out what happens when we are cutting $35 million from our budget.
I'm not the budget decision maker, so.
Right, no, fair enough. I think we're still evolving on that. I think one element of your question that has surfaced in the LCAP pack is what you just asked. Let's be really intentional about return on investment first and make sure we're doing things that provide outcomes for students. And so I think the first step that the LCAP pack has taken has been to really be intentional about saying, okay, if we're doing these initiatives in the LCAP, can you show us how are those showing up in terms of outcomes? And I think that's kind of first phase of the prioritization. I can't speak to the kind of the complete answer because we're still talking about it in our monthly meetings, but I do know the LCAP pack has been much more specific about we want to invest in things that work. And that's kind of the first step in trying to prioritize to make sure that even though funding may be reduced, we don't want to cut things that we know are working.
And the same logic would apply to the SIPSAS?
Oh, exactly.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Garcia. So we might have to extend for a couple more minutes for the last few items before we go back to closed session.
Move the consent.
We're going to go ahead and see if we can make it through this very quickly. So on the LCAP item, it was information only, so we don't need to take action. We're going to go ahead and move to the consent agenda. Do we have a motion? A second? All those in favor? Aye. Any
Preferential vote?
student preferential vote?
I'm sorry for not being fast, but on item 10.1I, I want to say huge congratulations to Nick Fleming and Bunny Spurlock for qualifying for the Tournament of Champions for policy debate. That's like the national championship. So congratulations. And I vote yes on all open session items.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much, Board Member Halbo. Do we have a question, Board Member Garcia?
I do. On 10.1F, is Kathy Allen here? No?
Kathy Allen is not here.
Oh, okay.
Perhaps I could answer it.
Okay. Just looking for someone. I just needed to understand this extension in the negotiating agreement. And I'm just, it's an extension of 6 months, additional 6 months between the parties, the district and the interested developers. And I'm more interested in learning if this is a normal timeline, just because it seems as though this has been going on for a couple of years.
It has, and the focus has changed a bit. And this was the subject of real property negotiations. So the developer is asking for more time, and the vehicle by which it will be done is still in process legally. And I can explain in a little bit more detail because it's tied to negotiations, which is a closed session real property matter.
Okay, so I would be interested in just learning in terms from a systems perspective, if on average, how long these types of issues take for our district to resolve. And I know that they're on a case-by-case basis. This one just seems to have a lot of community support. I've heard a lot about this. And the community's anxiously awaiting for, and they have been for a long time, to see progress. So, so I just needed to understand sort of why there was a request for an additional 6 months for negotiation, and if there is some sort of end
Member
in
Garcia,
sight.
if I can just interrupt, we discussed this in the Facilities Committee meeting. This is an extension. I'd be happy to sit down with you and Kathy Allen to go over the details.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we had a motion, a second, student preferential vote, also voting in favor of all items adopted on the consent agenda. All those in favor? Aye. Any against? Okay, none. Item 11.0, which is business and financial information reports. Get reports, including the 11.2 monthly suspension report. Do we need to extend by 5 minutes?
Yes, and if you want to include closed session adjournment, you might want to go to midnight.
Motion to extend until midnight. Second, all those in favor? Aye, thank you.
It wasn't because of me, and I got 2 minutes. Well, of course, I'm here, and for the African, I can barely see, for the African American suspension rate, it is now at 16.3, and that is getting closer and closer. Rather than the suspension rate just only going at 2% per month or a little over 2%, it's now appearing that it is accelerating, because last month it was at 13.68. It's now over at 16. It is, I believe, 3 times the next nearest subgroup, which is extremely concerning. Again, I keep making the same argument. I cannot make it enough that this is, we need a sense of urgency on this issue. I was really happy to hear Trustee Wu even asking that we need some of this breakdown by school site, because when you do look at it by school site, you do have 5 elementaries: Bret Hart, Cesar Chavez, Ethel Phillips, John D. Sloat, and Woodbine Elementary, that are over 6% just by themselves. On the middle schools, you have Albert Einstein, John Still, Rosa Parks, and Wilsey Wood. Again, all of those are over 7%. At the high school level, you have Hiram Johnson, Kit Carson, Luther Burbank, Rosemont are all over 7%. One of those is at 11%. In contrast, West Campus is even below 1%. They're at 0.12%. And then for the foster youth, of course, there's additional concern. And so I just always feel it's so important that we just have to bring those issues out and name it.
West Campus does, however, have a smaller African-American student population, so I think it's important to note that. I would, on that final item, like to request that, given the recommendation of the African-American Achievement Initiative and the work that we're doing in the policy committee to eliminate the willful defiance policy, I would like to include in the suspension data moving forward the number that fall under that catch-all category, because I think that that is often a dubious way of suspending without actually justifying the means.
All right.
Okay, thank you so much, Cecile.
Thank you. Sorry for lateness.
With that, thank you so much for your patience. We're going to adjourn back to closed session. Make it fast.